been a while since I started at around 3. Ah, boy. Oh, boy. As usual, I would have gotten started earlier, but I got distracted. By reading, actually. Which doesn't normally happen. I am not much of a reader, but... yeah, it happens every once in a while. Anyhow, yeah. The Outer Worlds. We got a case to solve, and last I remember, we were not any closer to finding any leads. We've learned a bunch of things, but nothing that puts us on the killer's trail. In addition to other activities and happenings. Perhaps today we'll actually find ourselves a proper lead. Whew. Hope you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Well, I actually was. I was going to go somewhere today, but suddenly the weather started getting all rainy. Not pleasant when your primary means of getting around is walking or bicycle riding. Alright, where did we leave off? Were we at the hotel? We were. Ah, lovely hotel. Alright, where are we going? What were we currently doing? What's going on here? Chief among Helen's many injuries and afflictions at the time of her death was signs of poisoning. Ah, yes. We're going to retrieve the security footage from the kitchens and speak to Bellhop Owens, who fucked off to the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. It's going to be a whole ordeal, isn't it? Prince of Tossball. Right, we wanted to question Black Hole Birdie. But the spaceport was locked down. I don't know if it's still locked down. Right, and we've had this one go talk to the Prophet of Profitability for a while now. Well. Suppose we ought to head out. Let's go to get the security footage first. That seems like a sound first course of action. Bellhop Owens. Wilderness Preserve is over yonder. I guess we can go see if the spaceport's open. Wait, that's the spaceport? Yeah, no, that is the spaceport.
Did I hear something?
Oh, hi.
I hear you laughing.
I was too busy thinking about where I was going.
I just want to be your friend.
Need to get my head in the game. These guys are wandering all over the place. Friggin' madhouse around here.
Inspector, glad you're back. Thank you for being so patient with slug activity. I hope you'll forgive the delay. Welcome to the Piraeus Spaceport.
Very good. We can get that footage and we can talk to Birdie. Oof. Not exactly the most comfortable walkways. I mean, I wouldn't have trouble with something like this, but definitely not wheelchair accessible. This gets pretty steeps. Steeps? Unless it's like a powered wheelchair, like a super-powered one. Let's see what the spaceport's like.
Trouble ahead.
Mysterious assailants?
Hey, you! We've been looking for you, and by we, I mean Slug. Been real busy sniffing around Eridanos for clues, haven't you, Inspector? See, Sluglight Underground don't like that much.
Sluglight? That's a new one.
Should've kept your nose where it belonged, Inspector. Slug's sick of all your meddling in their affairs. Our affairs, I mean. We're... Draw, you damn breadworm, draw!
Okay, so this is a farce.
You want to say that again, pal?
Think about it. Slug asked me to investigate, and now it wants me dead?
Quick, everyone, get him!
Looks like we're doing...
Ah, that would have been cooler if I didn't miss.
The last of them.
People!
Hit note. A crumpled note bearing neat, even handwriting. It's signed The Marketeer. Got a job for anyone with a ready gun hand and empty pockets. There's an inspector looking into the murder of Halcyon Helen. My client wants you to cross them off. Don't worry about subtlety. In fact, don't be subtle. Just make sure that once you agree to the job, you visit the rearmost buy-in bunk. Put on the uniforms you'll find folded beneath the mattress. After that, feel free to cause a ruckus. Be sure to let them know Slug territory is off limits. The reward's 40,000 bits plus all the enhancing chemicals you could ever want. 40,000 bits? That's actually pretty decent. Yeah, I should have told them to burn the note. Blew every single one of their heads off. That's a good way to start the day. Alrighty then. Oh, one moment. One quick moment. Okay, there we go. Just had to take care of something real quick. Yeah, good. Front room's being ran by a robot. Okay.
Greetings, non-criminally associated individual. The Rizzo's constabulary is currently not closed due to a sprat infestation. Bureaucratic processes are currently suspended. At present, criminal reports do not require paperwork. Please lament only in marked lamentation zones. Please speak clearly into this unit's recording instruments.
Oh boy. Did you say something about a sprat infestation?
Checking logs. Error. Informational limitations found. 2. Reciting limitation 1. Do not tell users about constabulary sprat infestation. We do not need to pay the health inspector's bribe. A third time limitation 2. Do not read informational limitations aloud, especially not to any of those void-damned snot-nosed guests, or I'll have you sold for parts.
What a well-oiled operation we got here. I need to acquire the Grand Colonial kitchen security footage from your archive.
All requests for security footage require a nominal compulsory bribe. Is that acceptable?
Hold still, I need to examine your bit processing unit real quick.
Error. Bit processing unit has been removed, temporarily surpassing bit fee request. Funds will be requested from Rizzo's leadership with interest at a later date. Delivering footage. Thank you for your patronage. If you would like a wine recommendation to pair with that footage, please submit the requisite request forms Is there any other assistance this unit may provide?
Did this robot actually give me its name? Why do I have the option to ask for its name? I think this isn't even the first time something like this has happened. Whatever. Your designation is Deputy Wine Taster? What are you doing in the constabulary?
Error. Unit designation no longer wine taster. Unit designation now deputy.
Do your wine testing instruments double as weapons or something?
While potential lethality of unit instrumentation bears towards 95% violent utilization of equipment would void unit warranty. All Rizzo's constabularies must include at least one deputy constable among the pool of available Rizzo's employee candidates. This unit was considered the most competent.
I could get like some kind of voice altering thing that could match these robots. I would use it. Used to be a wine tasting on a mechanical. What's your favorite wine?
Unit does not have a favorite wine. Unit is incapable of taste.
You wine taster then. Alright then.
How may this unit be of service to you?
Goodbye. Also, why is a mystery... Why is this box on the screen? Okay. Glad that was easy to get rid of like that. Okay. Can stop me from going back here? Alright. Now if we find a keycard, we can get in there. Taking items from back here isn't stealing, huh? No letting prisoners out for walks, even if they ask nicely. Aw. But if they ask nicely, then why not?
Greetings, criminal. This unit
Oh, that's a long
would
one.
implore you to confess to your crime of landing with an expired permit. Please explicate your defense into this unit's recording equipment.
My permit wasn't expired, Scrap Heap. You probably just scanned it wrong.
Error. Unit's permit reading equipment was updated only last week. Please tell a different lie.
Tell a different... You're a mechanical. You ain't got the foggiest idea whether I'm telling the truth or not.
Correct. Criminal. However, Constable Keene has decreed that this unit will remain here, questioning you every minute until you submit a confession. Error. Information on recent exchange lost. Restarting conversation. Greetings, criminal. This unit would implore you to confess to your crime of landing with an expired permit.
You know what? My permit was fake after all. Let me out of here.
The timer stopped at 0 like at least 10 seconds before that recording actually stopped. Ah, damn, I didn't mute it. Friggin'. Oh, boy. Singularity Steel's sawed-off shotgun. This aggressively sawed-off shotgun is a signature weapon of Singularity Steel, renowned space pirate, gun hand, and gardener. This weapon, just as board disapproved as its wielder Serial, is thankfully just a prop. Otherwise, attempting to fire it would have a 50-50 chance of of reaming an entire room with buckshot and exploding in the user's hands. Sounds fun.
Is that Keen?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh, goddamn.
An aberration in the expected timeline for this organic being has occurred. Behold, the body of Maria Keene, formerly the constable of the Eridanos atmospheric complex. No signs of life detected. Maria Keene is survived by no known relatives.
Hang on a minute. Wasn't she... Yeah, she was the lady we met. Yeah, we talked to her. She was one of the first people we talked to when we were asked to come investigate. Goddamn. My perception and my handgun skill is coming in. These are small wounds. Looks like she was shot in the head and neck.
Excellent observation, Inspector. Multiple wounds located in the frontal bone and between the clavicles suggest she was facing away from her attacker. Furthermore, the location and circumference of exit wounds suggest a firearm with unconventional ammunition.
Hold on. That sounds like the same weapon that killed the mascot.
Yes, Inspector. These entry wounds match the profile previously detected on the Rizzo's Rangers mascot. Constable Maria Keene was likely killed by someone wielding the needler.
I noticed some casings on the ground. Ammunition?
These casings are too minuscule for conventional small caliber firearms. Each casing resembles a lancing needle used for medical and surgical purposes.
Medical purposes? Amplifier, scan her blood for toxins.
High concentration of potassium chloride detected. Trace amounts of neurotoxin detected.
Potassium chloride. That would have stopped her heart.
These substances show the highest concentration near the entry and exit wounds. Cardiac arrest, rather than physical trauma, is the most likely cause of death.
Amplifier, make a note. Find whoever did this and make them pay.
Your memo has been noted. This unit has been programmed to offer encouragement during moments of emotional strain. Banter protocol activated. We'll find the sprat bastards responsible, Inspector.
You're the best sidekick I ever wanted, Amplifier. Damn. Whoever's responsible for this whole mess is leaving quite the trail of bodies. And I guess they're known as the Marketeer, perhaps? Oh boy. Someone's taken on the moniker. Unauthorized use of this terminal is punishable by a monetary fine or indentured labor in the Cantina kitchen. Alright. Excuse me. Ooh, needed a drink there. Security footage. It's empty. Fuck. Internment logs. Delinquent log, Mills Cassidy. Mills Cassidy, cause of arrest, suspected smuggling. Suspicion of smuggling is fait accompli to any arrest report involving Cassidy Mills. Cassidy has made attempted smuggling a hobby, and with a few more years of unsupervised practice, will likely elevate attempted smuggling into an art form. The key term here is attempted. I'm not at all confident in Cassidy's ability to successfully smuggle anything. She's clumsy in the extreme, obvious to a fault, and couldn't hide sand in a desert. Gotta remember that line. Suspicion of smuggling nonetheless constitutes dissident, irresponsible, or otherwise untoward behavior contrary to the high standards of Rizzo's company law. Because Cassidy Mills falls under the purview of Sublight Underground, I expect Mr. Kincannon to pay her internment fees within 36 hours, as usual. Oza Zuber. Cause of arrest, disorderly conduct. Mr. Orza was found semi-conscious earlier yesterday morning, lying amongst the remains of a crate of Rizzo's confectionaries. Material value, 15 bits. Market loss, approximately 1,500 bits. When approached by guards... Did I say Orza before? I meant Ozza. Ozza began to rave and yell, uttering phrases such as, "Rizzo's has slugs! Slugs! They'll kill us all!" Mr. Oza was apprehended and brought to the constable's office. Slug bureaucrats have begun work on the defamation papers, which, in tandem with the price of the goods Mr. Oza destroyed, will likely force him into hard labor for the rest of his life. At least he won't be stoking any trouble between us and Rizzo's anytime soon. Anymore. I can read. Lamb Alexis. Cause of arrest, public drunkenness. Sixth arrest of Lamb this month. He's getting close to his record. There's a... I'd have to hack for the message. Check diagnostics. Archives not found. Pursuant Rizzo's company policy. Archiving disposal of official records. Well, this isn't a hard hack. Data recovery. Record, archive, backup not found, index not found. Recovery subroutine has been critically altered or damaged. Data recovery failed. Subroutine repair requires supervisor access. Right, new archive recovery subroutine. Damn, that needs some pretty hefty hacking. Damn. I didn't mean to hit that. Hand was off the keyboard. And when I moved it back over, I just hit the button. Also, reminder, excessive force permit paperwork is due next Thursday. Don't forget. Anybody locked up? There we got somebody.
If I made a bet with you at the Copper Bottom last night, let's call it off now. I can't stand the taste of life sprats.
Ugh. Cassidy Mills, huh? What was she arrested for again? Nah, she was the, smuggler.
I'm a criminal, get it? They don't let me talk to law-abiding sorts.
Wonder if I can open this. I don't see any way to open. Well, you two are going to be in there for a while. I hope you got a meal before the constable died.
Welcome back, hopefully, law-abiding individual. Engaging guilt-tripping subroutines. You haven't committed any crimes lately, have you? Please speak clearly into this unit's recording instruments.
Yeah, I've committed no crimes. Constable Keene is dead.
Understood. This unit requires a moment to process this information. Information processed. Personal designation upgraded to acting constable. Thank you, law-abiding consumer.
Keene was the killer's latest victim, as far as we know. They could strike again.
This unit concurs with your inference. Unapprehended killers are likely to continue killing.
Was it you? Did you kill Keene?
This unit has been programmed to adhere to board law. This unit is incapable of experiencing murderous or unlawful impulses.
Bullshit. Alright, well, thanks for the talk.
This unit has been programmed to recommend a wine to pair with your grief. Wash away your sorrows with a glass of highly concentrated, partially fermented Purple berry wine has a body richer than Byzantium's elite, with an earthy aftertaste redolent of mostly oak. Purple berry wine coming soon from Rizzo's.
Useless goddamn robot. Well, let's poke around this place before we head back. I want to talk to that, Mr. Kincannon guy. The murder happened, presumably, at some point before the state spaceport was opened back up. In fact, considering the gate only opened when I arrived, that means that during the lockdown, somebody died. Harbor Master Office is probably the place to look.
Does Sublight Underground run this place? Looks a lot cleaner than the Groundbreaker.
You got an appointment? Appointment?
No.
Then get.
I'm an investigator. I need to speak to Cedric.
No appointment? No talking to Mr. Kincannon.
Not very friendly, are you?
They don't pay me to be friendly. They pay me to keep hooligans out of Mr. Kincannon's hair.
Can I make an appointment for right now?
Not entirely out of the question. Convince me.
I have merchandising information for Cedric. Multi-million-bit business.
The boss can always use more bits. All right, I'll give him a call, but I've got my eye on you.
I was hoping for an
Mr.
intimidate
Kincannon.
option.
Got an appointment here. Says they've got some kind of business proposition for you.
That sounds like our inspector. Please, send him up.
Watch it!
Don't be rude! Cedric?
Why, if it isn't the inspector, I was hoping you'd swing by.
Here for my alibi, I assume?
Later. First I want an explanation for the nonsense outside.
Another murder? Drunk Raptidons? Black Hole Birdie practicing his hacking in the middle of the street? Stop me if it's one of those, or I'll just keep guessing.
I had a run-in with some slug agents.
Sounds as though you've already sorted it out yourself.
How did thugs get their hands on slug gear?
Slug uniforms do seem to go missing from the hotel laundry with impressive regularity. Easy enough for someone to nick a few.
Now ask yourself this. Why would anyone give thugs slug gear and send them after you?
Did the audio quality of that voice line sound different than the other ones? It sounded muffled. Clearly whoever's behind this wants to pit me against Slug.
Right again, Inspector. But I can't fathom who would benefit from tarnishing my reputation like that. Can you?
If you have a theory, spit it out.
Oh, that's good. That's very good, Inspector. I like this. Dominant, aggressive, The man in charge. I don't want to accuse anyone without hard evidence, though it may be worth noting Ludovico has motivation in spades.
So, as you've deduced, I did not send anyone from Slug after you, nor is it likely they assigned themselves that task. Still, I am sorry for the trouble, Inspector.
Well, that's settled. I assume you'll want to know where I was the night of Helen's murder.
I have plenty of other questions, but you know what? Fine. Let's hear it.
Let's see. That night, I was... torturing Elliot Nasser for information on missing cargo. That was a messy one. Didn't break until nearly noon the next day. Can you imagine?
When you say break...
His spine, specifically. If you'd like to know the exact vertebrae, I'm afraid I don't know. I can tell you he's quite dead. Not that it matters much. You'd be a fool to believe me, regardless of what I told you. People lie, and I am, incriminatingly, people.
So, your alibi is that you were busy murdering someone else.
Which, as I said, you should not trust. If it helps, however, you might consider pursuing not my means, but my motive. Why in the name of the architect would I kill Halcyon Helen? She was making me a fortune.
Bet you'd make a killing selling tickets to her funeral.
Why, Inspector, that's terrible. Besides, given how long she was likely to live and continue working, the math doesn't work out. I'd offer to assist you in your work, but I've a mystery of my own to solve, I'm afraid.
I take it that guy you tortured wasn't the source of your missing cargo, then?
Oh, Elliot stole from me, all right. Alas, you're right in that his was a singular isolated incident, and as such, does not resolve a concerning broader trend. Items are disappearing from Slug's storage and processing warehouse. The thefts began a week before Helen's unfortunate death, and there have been more instances since. Before you ask, I know the difference between cargo going missing and cargo going missing. This is the latter.
Okay. This all seems outside the scope of Helen's death.
Really? That the thefts began mere days before Helen's untimely demise is an extraordinary coincidence. I'm not a man who believes in happenstance, Inspector. I do not trust it.
It's a coincidence. I wouldn't call it extraordinary. Really? Dumb luck's done a lot for me.
Has it? I wonder, how much of your luck has been luck, and how much are you downplaying as chance? Regardless, this will be fun. You out in the field, chasing down leads, me scheming in my office, preparing to unspeakably mangle the perpetrator.
I don't like this man. I feel like I... No, that's not what I want to say. I'll say this once. Whoever's behind this is going to jail, not to you.
You do recall, Inspector, that I'm not to be trusted? But certainly, whatever you say. You'll want to speak with Ella Tinsley, the warehouse foreman. I've cleared her as a suspect myself, but should she refuse to cooperate, shoot her. No, I'm joking. If she won't cooperate, tell me and I will shoot her. And do feel free to search my office for clues while you're here. Don't hold back on my account.
I don't like him, but at the same time, he is weirdly open about everything that he's doing. I'm not sure how I should be approaching this man. Before I get started...
Was there something else you wanted to discuss?
The constable is dead.
Constable Keene? Now that is a damn shame. Am I right to think this wasn't a workplace accident?
This was murder, all right.
It seems murder is becoming an unsettling trend on Eridanos as of late. Thank you for informing me of Constable Keene's passing. When you find her killer, please be certain to make them suffer.
You're actually upset about this. I kind of figured. His tone definitely shifted when we told him that.
We may have been on opposite sides of the law on occasion, but we were not enemies. Perhaps it will shock you to hear her loss saddens me. Maria was a decent soul, and law knows those are in short supply around here. A little square, perhaps, in her dedication to the rules, but good nonetheless. I'm also saddened to have lost an occasional drinking buddy. She was quite good at cards, you know.
You were drinking buddies? I'd have loved to see that.
She was fond of a zero-G, though I cannot begin to imagine why. But let's discuss something else. Do you have other matters requiring my attention?
Why does Ludovico hate you so much anyway?
The original incident? I made him an offer he should have refused.
Did you put a severed Raptidon head in his bed? I haven't even seen that movie, but I know what that's referencing.
What? No. Law, no. Why in the architect's name would you think that? Our combative relationship stems from paperwork, mundanely enough. Rizzo's contracted Sublight to construct the Eridanos atmospheric complex. Had Lou wanted Rizzo's to retain full control of Eridanos, he shouldn't have skimmed the revised contract I sent him. Lou's an administrator, for law's sake. I thought he would adore all the fine print I added.
That's terrible, but also hilarious.
It was all perfectly legal, too, which irked Lou to no end. My power grab, as Lou called it, planted the seed of hatred. And Lou, obsessed with what should have been, has made sure to water it daily with his bitterness and anger.
Nurturing a grudge is an ugly thing.
Alas, I can't. I am, first and foremost, the head of Slug, and it simply wouldn't be good for business. Slug's control of Eridanos is a crucial step in my long-term plans for Sublight. The board needs to see irrefutable proof we are a respectable, legitimate business.
Why do you care so much what the board thinks?
Because one day soon, Sublight will obtain a seat on it. Meanwhile, our dear administrator is still laser-focused on old slights, which can be a nuisance. He's grown increasingly desperate to catch Slug with our hand in the proverbial cookie jar as of late, convinced we're involved in less than legal business opportunities.
I ran out of cookies yesterday. Dang it, now I want to get more cookies. You admitted to me earlier that you tortured a man for information.
Not in front of witnesses, I didn't.
I have more questions about Helen.
Very well.
Did you have any dealings with Helen?
A few. Helen was strangely curious about the private business operations around Eridanos. She said it was role research, but how much business know-how does one actor truly need for an action picture? I also arranged to have Helen supplied with mag picks, bypass shunts, and other hacking tools. She wanted to buy in bulk.
Asking him why he helped her is stupid. Of course he's gonna make business. It didn't strike you as suspicious?
That she bought in bulk? Not particularly. It takes time to learn to use tools like that deftly. I wonder, did she run out of time in the end?
If you didn't kill her, any idea on who would want her dead?
That is the question, isn't it, Inspector? Tell me, do you really believe Helen's death was a mere crime of passion? Or one of petty career jealousy?
I would just straight up say no if that was an option. Clearly you don't.
This murder is bigger than Miss Helen's personal life. Bigger than her latest moving picture.
I'm listening.
Her actions in the time leading up to her death do not align with those of an actor on Eridanos solely to promote Spectrum Brown. Stay sharp, Inspector. Now is not the time to lose focus. Because whoever did kill Helen is not going to come forward so easily.
You know more than you're telling me.
I might. I just might. Your point, Inspector?
I've already made it.
Yes, I suppose you have. Be very careful, Inspector. I'd very much like to see you still around for the grand finale, whenever it comes, whatever shape it takes.
Guess that's all we have to speak about.
One moment, if you please, Inspector. I've answered your questions. I believe it's my turn to ask you a question now. What, or who, made you decide to investigate me?
Interesting. I have the option to lie, but there's no number by it. Just had a hunch.
I see. What a shame your hunch didn't pan out. Now then, did you need anything else?
Nope. Well, he invited me to go through his stuff.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. A cursory fingerprint analysis shows this display case was recently opened or closed.
The gun on the bottom looks special. Has it been customized?
Confirmed. The grip has been modified for a specific wielder, most likely the rifle's owner. Additionally, the plasma rifle sights appear to have been realigned to better accommodate a shooter with slight myopia in one eye.
Quite the observation. Let's analyze the fingerprints.
The fingerprints belong to Cedric Kincannon.
Big shocker there. As I expected. Not that someone couldn't have accessed the cabinet using gloves, you consider, but the simplest solution is often the right one.
Oh, admiring my rifle. Had it custom fitted by a woman on Monarch.
Yeah? He keeps, The bathroom is... The toilet's right next to the kitchen.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Something outside.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh, here it is.
This copy of TK contains 142 fewer pages than a standard copy. The missing pages were likely removed to create sufficient space for the hidden listening device inside.
Short-range transmission capabilities. The receiver must be somewhere nearby.
Inspector, please consider speaking into the device in order to trace the transmission and reveal the receiver's location.
Moo into it. Meow.
Poor woolly cow impression transmitted. Transmission analysis complete. While the precise location of the receiver could not be pinpointed, it has been narrowed down to a smaller, approximate range.
How long has this been here?
Analysis inconclusive. However, there is a minor accumulation of dust particles present on the book's uppermost surface.
Taste the dust. I've only tasted one thing since I got here. The next time I play this game, whenever that is, I'm going to take the taste option whenever that happens. I don't know if I'll stream that, though. Let's examine the surrounding area.
The area within a 0.5 meter radius of the book possesses a dust coating comprised of at least twice the number of particles.
It's not very dusty, then. Must have been placed fairly recently. Wild guess, the bug was planted roughly a week before Helen's death.
That is highly likely, Inspector.
What's that you found? No, wait, don't tell me. Let's save it for the big reveal once you've solved the case.
Like how he stood up for that. Dry goods and sundry. Suppose I'll check out the shop.
I don't like the look of that shopkeep.
No?
Hello. Welcome to Aridano's Dry Goods and Sundry, the most standard and unremarkable general store this side of Halcyon. I'm marketeer Joseph Dempsey, here to make your shopping experience as pleasant and normal as possible.
Marketeer? Ever refer to yourself just as Marketeer?
Oh, I see you've read some of my poems. Very clever, Inspector. Yes, my pen name is the Marketeer, though I also use it in certain business dealings. Wait a moment. Why do you ask?
I'm just gonna show him the note.
Hey now, hey, let's all be reasonable here. I'm just a middleman. None of this was my idea. Occasionally, jobs requiring discretion arrive here from the hotel. Always anonymous and always lucrative. For a sizable cut, I set these jobs up and ask no questions. Somebody sent me a note telling me they wanted you dead. I don't know who, and I don't know why. I swear.
This guy's not that discreet at all. You were hired by Anonymous Note to hire someone else by Anonymous Note?
Yeah, of course. It's called a paper trail. Give me a little credit. I'm a professional. I've got to have some standards.
A professional wouldn't have used his handle to have people ambush somebody right outside their store. Here's what's going... You're either twisting my arm or you're an idiot. I don't know what to make of you.
I understand your distrust, but look at me in my place of business. What would I stand to gain from destroying you, versus how much I stand to lose if discovered? You're welcome to remain suspicious, but in the meantime, you're completely welcome to browse my wares at your leisure. No surcharge. Again, terribly sorry.
Yeah, I wish I had the option to just pistol whip people.
Welcome back. The air...
Standard and unremarkable, you say? Maybe you should invest in an advertising seminar.
Hey, folks take a lot of comfort in knowing their neighborhood general store is unchanging, eternal, like the land beneath their feet or the air in their lungs. Whoops, forgot I ain't supposed to poeticize on work time. The drab nature of our store profits is what I meant. Now, can I sell you anything?
I doubt you have anything I want, but I'll take a look. Just some crap standard weapons. Yeah, there's nothing here I need. What's this way? Are we gonna find Birdie here? Yep, there he is. He's over yonder.
Hey, could I talk to you for a second?
I got some other asshole hassling me. What do you want?
Hey there. Word around the spaceport is that you came in on the Unreliable. You a new crewmate?
I'm Beard. Sorry to tell you, but Hawthorne's dead. The ship was left to me.
I see. Well, this would have been easier with Hawthorne, but I hope that if you're flying his ship, it means you're a freelancer too. Wonder if you can help me.
I'm listening.
I run an outfit for the moving of, less than legal goods. There's a particular piece of cargo needs delivering to a particular individual in the spaceport. Thing is, I don't know where the cargo is right now. The crewmate who handles that is in the clink for getting a little too disorderly in town. We've already attracted too much attention. Too risky to visit her myself. That's where you come in. You help us out, I'll give you an equal cut of our pay.
Sounds simple enough. What do you need?
Great to hear. First, you need to go meet the crewmate who got herself jailed. Cassidy Mills is the name.
Mm-hmm.
She'll know where the cargo is.
Couldn't you have avoided this if both of you knew where the cargo was?
Could, but there'd go our plausible deniability. technically, I don't know about any smuggled cargo, and Cassidy hasn't moved anything herself. If the constable asks, I can't find any contraband cargo, and Cassidy doesn't know how it got here or what's in it.
How will she know I'm working with you?
Oh, yeah, right. We have a secret phrase. I like boneless spratwurst. Say that and she'll know you're a friend.
Interesting passphrase. Who came up with it?
Well, I did, of course. I'm something of a savant when it comes to secret codes, if I do say so myself.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
Be seeing ya. Remember, Cassidy's at the constabulary. She might be a little wary, so be careful.
Yeah, I've already seen her. Yeah, let's go talk to Birdie.
What do you want? Boss, it's Birdie Holcomb. Black Hole Birdie. The Holmeister? The Hack Attack.
Calm down, Felix.
Not so loud! How'd you know it was me?
I'm an inspector, and a damn good one.
Yeah, that makes sense. You must be a good one to sniff me out. I'm in no mood to sign autographs, and I hate disappointing fans. So I'm lying low. You know, incompleto.
Incognito.
Oh, yeah, I guess it's kinda neato. Oh, what's it matter? Helen's gone. She's gone and nothing I do will bring her back. I've been trying to find who did this. That's what she would do. Track down the killer and bring them to justice. But I'm stumped. And not very clever. Being bright was always Helen's thing.
Oh, come on, Birdie. You're plenty sharp. Anybody who says otherwise is a Cleo Darlings fan.
Kind of in the middle of an investigation here, Felix.
Oh, so you're the inspector. Hope you have more luck figuring things out than me. You probably want to ask me some questions, huh? I'm sure you're asking everybody questions, so you can find Helen's killer.
That's the plan.
So, how do I help?
Well, what were you doing the night Helen died?
I was getting blotto with the rest of the Rangers.
What?
You know, soaked, muddled, preserved.
Preserved? Oh, right. Yeah, he was drunk.
The team noticed I was in a bad way when I got back to the hotel. When I told them Helen and I were Splitsville, they wanted to cheer me up. We were up the pole afore evening. The hotel staff said we was bothering the other guests on account of all the crying and yelling and practice body tackling. Zeke said we should move elsewhere, get some air.
Where'd you go?
We ended up at the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. I think somebody wanted to pet a woolly cow? There was this one cow off away from the others. Zeke figured it'd be a laugh to get her drunk. One thing led to another, and I think we might have maybe, you know, stolen her.
That would explain the cow, So the woolly cow on the VIP floor was your doing.
Oh, wow! That's real clever of you to figure out. Helen would have liked you, I'd wager. Say, is the cow okay?
Well, you got the cow drunk. Woolly cows are not supposed to get drunk.
It was wrong of us. I hope she doesn't have a hangover or nothing. My memory's a little muddled after that. I guess me and the team got split up, because I know I was on my own at the pilot house for a time.
Could anyone from the pilot house back that up?
I reckon not. See, I went to the weather station. I was looking for where Helen stashed her datapad for safekeeping, right? She'd asked me to get it, mind. I wasn't stealing. I'm no thief.
Why do you think she couldn't get it herself?
I don't know. I didn't ask. On account of she asked me in a note sent to my hotel room. Paper usually ain't too chatty. That's a joke. I found the data pad at the weather station, like Helen said, but then a guard found me. She started yelling about how I was trespassing and in serious trouble. Thing is, it was real dark out there. So dark, she couldn't tell who I was.
What do you mean, dark? This place has been lit 24/7 since I arrived here. There's a hole in your story there, Birdie. What'd you do?
Long story short, I got out of there. Ran like the Rangers were down by 3, and I just bronzed the toss ball in the Friday zone.
Did anyone else see you that night? Think hard. Anyone anywhere else?
Yeah, I mean, no. Nope. No one else.
I would have to be dead not to realize that's a lie.
Can we pretend I didn't mention that? I don't want to tell you. I'll get in trouble.
Oh god, I could try to get Felix to be the bad cop. Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh, I can ask Ellie to do it. You don't want to talk to good inspector, maybe bad inspector will change your mind. Ellie?
You have no idea how long I've wanted to do this. Listen up, Spratfuck. You're in big trouble.
I am?
Hey, I'm asking the questions here. From now on, you don't talk until I tell you to. And when I do, you better sing like a terror ray. Got it?
I think so. Yes.
Roll up my sleeves, lean on the table.
You think you're our only source? While you've been here nursing your conscience, your friends have been talking. And it's not looking good for you, Birdie. If that even is your real name.
Ellie, what are you doing?
Trust me, I've practiced this in the mirror lots of times. You're gonna tell us what we want to know, or you're gonna find out what the inside of Tartarus looks like.
Start talking, Birdie.
Okay. I'll tell you everything. Just, please, don't make me talk to her. Look, I talked to Auric, okay? Auric West. Hangs out around the spaceport. He's the one who taught me the breathing exercises I use to calm down.
And who's that? Your bookie, murderous confidant, secret paramour with whom you're having a torrid affair?
Confidant is like confidence. What's torrid mean?
I don't know. Who's Auric, Birdie?
Don't get the wrong idea, okay? Auric's not a bad guy. He's just got an unusual job. So now you have the whole story. After I talked to Auric, I went back to the hotel. Woke up the next morning with Helen's data pad in my hand and the hangover to end all hangovers. Don't know if I'll ever drink again.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Isn't that a beer you're drinking?
Oh, I mean the hard stuff. Beer doesn't count. Anyway, you ought to take Helen's data pad. Maybe you'll have better luck understanding her notes. Either she was writing in code or I'm dumber than a bag of hammers. I tried for hours to crack her notes, but it's like I said. Being bright was Helen's thing.
There's still a gap in your timeline, Birdie. I'm not sure a blackout will cut it.
I know that. But you gotta believe me. I would never hurt Helen, no matter how drunk I was. You could preserve me in Spectrum Brown and I wouldn't even look at her funny. I want to help you find her killer, Inspector. I knew Helen better than anybody. And it could be handy to have a guy like me around, in case anybody gives you trouble.
Sorry, Birdie. It's better if you're not involved.
I get it. I'll head back to the Grand Colonial then. Unless you need me for anything else?
Yeah, just a few more questions.
What do you want to know?
Oh, we can ask about the mascot. Why'd you have the mascot pull that little stunt over the recording in Helen's room?
I remember sending her the recording, but... Law, I was halfway to preserved by then. I don't know what was on it. When I realized what I'd done, I panicked. If I'd said something dumb, folks might think I was involved in her death. I was scared of looking suspicious.
So you had a man break into Helen's old room to cover it up?
I wish that were the dumbest thing I ever did, but it's not.
Well, what's it like being a famous tossball player?
Tossball was, is, and always will be the greatest game in the universe.
Debatable.
I would give it up in a heartbeat to have Helen back.
About Oric West?
Yeah?
What's his deal?
Oric's a businessman. He sells stuff you can't get elsewhere. You know, alternative stuff. We're talking sort of science, crockery, whole supplements.
Don't put supplements in your hole. Do you mean holistic supplements?
Probably. I can never remember. I just know I trust Oric more than I do any sawbones. Maybe putting effort accelerators in your body isn't always the right call, you know? Maybe there are other options. Maybe I don't take all the accelerators Rizzo's pushes on me.
I get it. You want to keep your fringe medical options on the down low.
People get worked up about this kind of thing is all. Not that my personal business should be any concern of theirs.
That's fair.
Yeah?
Where can I find him?
Oric hangs around the spaceport most days.
Right.
He's not here at the bar. He's most likely over by the buy-a-bunks at the shipping yard.
Simple. About Helen?
What about her?
What was your relationship with her like?
Look, you and me, we both know I'm a big, dumb tossball star, right? That's what I'm good at. Rizzo's knows it. The fans know it. Helen, she saw me as more than that. She saw someone who had more to offer than big muscles and a signature black hole stomp. Being with Helen was magic. She was magic. There ain't good enough words for something as special as what we had together.
That's the case, then why did you break up?
I wish I knew. Must have been something I did. At the picnic, Helen just kept saying she didn't want to drag me into her world. Maybe one of the higher-ups in motion pictures was giving her trouble over us? I don't know. I tried to understand, but I don't.
She broke up with him to try to push him out of harm's way for whatever business she was getting involved in. Speaking of that, did she have any enemies?
Rival actresses, maybe? I don't know too much about the motion picture industry. Except for Helen's pictures, obviously. Those I probably know by heart. Seen them about 100 times each. What do you want to know?
Guess that's all we have. That's enough for now. Yeah. I still don't think it's him.
Haven't seen you around before, but that ain't no problem. All are welcome at the Copper Bottom Cantina, so long as their bits are good, huh? Can I get you something?
Anything interesting happening around here?
Nah. No, but some folks have been saying there was some kind of fight between a mechanical and some spacers last night. I didn't see it myself, and seems far-fetched. Deputy Wine Taster ain't exactly prone to wandering, nor are most other mechanicals that I'm aware of. There's a new Void Dan burn on my nice clean floor, but I think it's the doing of one of my customers.
How's a fellow like you end up bartending?
Yeah, so you notice that I'm a little off kilter, huh? Damn if it ain't been a while. I'm too old to run around anymore, but in my heyday, I used to play for the Rangers.
Ah, yes, the classic career path. Tossball player to bartender.
Hey, when you tell a story, you're supposed to start at the beginning. Unless you're in media res, which is a storytelling crutch far as I'm concerned. Serial overuse. Get it? Wait, what was I saying?
You were talking about your younger days as a tossball player.
Oh, yeah. I played for the Rangers in my heyday. My specialty was getting nailed by serves without keeling over.
Getting hit with the ball was a specialty?
Wait, you're Ernest the Bean Padilla? Led the league in hit by serves 2 years in a row? You're a legend, sir. It's an honor.
A legend? Oh, I don't know about that one, kid. But I'm glad folks still remember the history of the game. Folks started competing to see how many times they could hit me in a match. Called it quits not long after that. Ain't safe to take that many blows to the head.
Smart. Huh. So you moved to Eridanos after your playing days ended?
I came out to coach the Rangers during training camp, but after a while, I had trouble remembering which player was which. Slug lets me bartend instead of recommending me for early retirement, for which I'm most grateful. I'd hate lying around like a deadbeat.
Yeah, I sure hate that. Sounds like you enjoyed your careers. Don't see a lot of that in Halcyon.
Absolutely. I know things can get rough, but I've had a more decent life than I've had any right to. Thanks for reliving the old days with me. Anyhow, I think I've talked plenty now. Is there something I can get you?
You're pleasant. I'll buy a drink. Probably not actually gonna use it, but whatevs.
Somehow, I don't think the freelancers and sublight agents are staying at the Grand Colonial.
Tired of sleeping on the ship? Is the Grand Colonial too grand for your bit cartridge? Enjoy moderate luxury. Waiver? Sublight salvage and shipping underground is not responsible for any damage incurred by you while you rent this unit. Slug does not guarantee the condition of this unit or any amenities therein. Slug does not guarantee that this unit is vermin-free. The corpses of any vermin killed by the user, intentionally or otherwise, are the property of Slug. Removal of said corpses will be met with a fine of no less than 1,000 bits. By agreeing to rent this unit, you waive any right to pursue Slug for damages. Well, that doesn't look healthy. Someone's made themselves a proper mess in here.
Slug's got a cozy operation here, but I like the Groundbreaker. Smells like home, you know?
Just break into random apartments. This room's definitely better kept. Hey, show me the map. Lord of Blight is over there. Prince of Tossball. Lord of Blight. The two rogues. Lord of Blights. Right, question Ella Tinsley about the missing cargo. Find the bug's receiver. Now, we'll probably have to come back down here to look for that cargo. Let's go back up and talk to Cassidy. Then we'll come back down here and continue looking around.
If I were the killer, I'd hide the body in one of those crates. No one would find it for years.
I don't know about that. Hey, what's this?
All right, hushing up.
Hmm. Oh, we're over the bar. Found ourselves an armory here. Yeah, just gonna go ahead and clean this out. There wasn't a door that prevented me from getting up here. Horrible fucking security. Where's that door come out at? Yeah, it don't matter. Alright, let's go chat up Cassidy.
Don't think I know you. What do you want?
I like boneless bratwurst.
Yep, that sure is the passphrase, even if it is dumb as hell. What's Dash's plan?
Hang on, how do I know you're really Cassidy Mills and not a mole?
Because I'm gonna tell you where our package is, hullhead. If I were part of an ambush, you'd have already been arrested. We're in the constabulary, for law's sake.
And the constable is
You're
dead.
looking for cargo from our ship, the Rat King. Small package, wrapped in brown paper. It got moved to the shipping yard, but I'm not completely sure where.
If you're not sure where it is, how am I supposed to find it?
I'm sure some sluggite knows how to find it, or has it listed in a terminal. All else fails, you could just case the joint. Might end up with some extra loot for your troubles.
True. That was easy.
I tried a little Spectrum Brown. Tastes great once you get past the dead slug in every bottle.
So that wasn't just a weird thing going on with the loading screen. Huh.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh no, I'm analyzing a toilet?
Transmission endpoint discovered. The receiver in this book matches the transmitter to the listening device found in Cedric's office. It's somewhat grime-covered.
Ah, yes, the book. Ew. How long has it been on the ground?
Based on the accumulated mix of sludge and detritus, the receiver has been present since approximately a week before Helen's death.
Any clues as to who put it here?
Due to the high level of foot traffic in this area, this unit is unable to determine who placed the device.
I'll take the receiver then. Guess maybe we can question Ella about it. Oops. Immediately get my mag picks back. And one of these rooms is gonna have something interesting in it. Oh, this one's vacant. Ooh, Slug Worker Identity Cartridge. Ah, we can use this to get into that restricted area. Sweet. Thought it was gonna chat me up. I guess I stopped just in time. Again, you don't need to worry about it that much. With my persuasion, I could get out of anything. Well, I guess I was right. One of these rooms did have something neat in it. Security? Spaceport Security Protocol Checklist. Wait for docking procedures to finish, including ship captain wiring their docking fee. Greet the captain of the docked ship and request their docking fee. If repeat visitor, charge double the docking fee, will not be contacted in advance. Retrieve cargo manifest. Charge a flat percentile-based tariff on each piece of cargo. Charge double if captain was surly. If captain complains for any reason, call slug fixers. Offer cargo insurance for a 5,000 bit fee. If captain declines, notify slug fixers to rearrange their cargo later. Retrieve loading mechanicals to move cargo to shipping yard. Open and inspect cargo. Anything not mentioned in cargo manifest, including stowaway vermin or additional cargo, imparts a 2,000 bit fine per pound of cargo individual animal found. If no additional unmentioned cargo is found, plant your own. Wow. Slug, what a fucking business. Can't imagine why no one would like Slug. And what do we got here? Shipping yard card. Aha, a back way in.
You one of the new workers? A lost tourist? Wait, I don't care. Just don't knock anything over.
There's a package I'm looking for. Came from the Rat King. You know where it is?
Sure do. Why are you interested in it? You authorized? Not that I care, but something untoward happens, it'll be my ass on the line.
I left my authorization in my hotel room.
I'd say that's suspicious. But I don't get paid enough to give a damn.
Good man. Wanna answer me some questions?
Hey, if it meant I could ignore my work, I'd let you talk to me about sprat reproductive practices. Ask away.
Let's not talk about that. How do you manage the shipping yard?
This terminal makes it pretty easy to match a ship's cargo to its manifest. If it ain't on the terminal, then it's someone else's problem.
What's so bad about managing a bunch of cargo?
Nothing. I just hate working.
Fair.
Figured it wouldn't last. Anything else?
Nope, I'm out. Yep. That wasn't a hard find. Look at us, just a couple of regular slug employees. Shipping yard card opens up a lot, don't it?
Huh? What was that? Whoa, hold a moment. Who the hell are you?
Who the hell are you? Oh, come on. You've forgotten my name again?
Oh, shit. Sorry.
And no problem. Take care.
You too.
And I've been avoiding getting caught so often when I do these things. You saw nothing. Wait, where is he? Where'd he go? Oh, he's in here. Alright, anything else down here I ought to do? Prince of Tossball? Ah, that's our request.
Hey, pal. Over here. Hey there. You looking to unwind, friend? Maybe you're on your way to the bar for a good time? Maybe you're interested in something a little better than beer or Adreno? Something with a little more kick?
Better than beer?
Bold claim, I know. But I wouldn't lie to you, friend. The name's Auric. I deal in, shall we say, holistic pharmaceuticals, natural substances and the like. You know, alternative stuff.
Yeah, weed.
I know. Ooh, it came out of the ground. That's where worms live. I get it. I do. Why go for that homegrown shit when you could be pumping your body full of effort accelerators? Says it right on the Anti-Cleo's box. Better than nature, right? Well, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, pal. Those pharmaceuticals the corporations manufacture, not all of them are as good for you as the board wants you to believe.
No. Really?
Alternatives. That's the way to go, pal. Trust me. No matter what ails you, I got what you need.
And what kind of alternatives do you sell?
What do I sell? I've got premium shit, my friend. Vitamins like you wouldn't believe. Calcium, vitamin D, reverse vitamin D. I got everything, my friend. You got stress problems? I got stress solutions. Aromatherapy eases the mind. Diluted mantisaur essence. Best kept secret in the business.
It's probably just ground up fast ration pills. Or it's the real thing, which is an incredibly dangerous hallucinogen that tastes disgusting.
And if you're a real freak, techniques to calm yourself by fooling your own mind. If they can tame the rage of a certain well-known tossball star, they can help anybody.
Dude, this guy's got reverse vitamin D. I can't remember the last time I met somebody in a video game or real life that sold reverse vitamin D. That's my shit. Anyway, I'm not here for any of that, actually. I'd like to... later. I'd like to ask you some questions about Bertie Holcomb.
What do I sell? I've got premium...
Ah, shit, I pressed the wrong button. Ah!
Wait, you ain't a sheriff, right? You gotta tell me if you're a sheriff.
I'm a freelance inspector brought in to investigate the death of Halcyon Helen.
I'll be honest, I don't really know where that puts us.
Yeah, I'm not here to bring you any trouble. I just want to talk.
All right, fine. Yeah, I know Bertie. So what?
Was Bertie with you the night Halcyon Helen was killed?
Yeah. Damn shame about that. Bertie thought the world of Helen, you know. He showed up drunk at my place wanting to talk about the breakup. Helen dumped him, he said. Boy, was he in a bad way. I'd never seen him like that before. We talked for a while, and when he felt better, I sent him back to the hotel. Told him to drink more water and get some sleep.
Heard you taught Bertie some breathing techniques.
Yeah, that was me. Bertie's got a temper, but he's not a bad kid, you know? He's trying to work on it.
How do you know him?
He may or may not buy alternatives from me from time to time. A little diluted mantisaur essence here, a little vitamin B negative there.
Shoot, he's got B negative? Does he have a substance problem?
Nah. What Bertie's got is a stress problem. He's stressed out of his mind, the poor guy. Everyone knows his name. Can't turn around without having to sign an autograph. Then you throw in playing tossball for a living. Violence like that, it does things to a body. It does things to the head.
You know, this guy don't seem all that bad. What do you mean tossball does things to the head? Like getting struck in the head with balls or sticks?
Come on. Birdie's a damn good hacker, but taking that many blows to the noggin would scramble anyone's upstairs business. I know it's knocked a few of his memories loose. I worry about him, that's all. He's a good kid. Got a good heart.
That's all for now. Thank you for your time. Guess that confirms his alibi. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like Birdie. I don't think... He's still a suspect, but he's at the bottom of the list. Lord Blight. Question Ella Tinsley. Yeah, we can't enter while there's a robot right there. It'll see us. Is there a way in on the other side? Shoot, but that guy's looking right at the entrance. Maybe we're far enough away? Huh. Guess it worked. This tiny little restricted area. Why is this tiny little area restricted? Also, the person we want to talk to isn't in there. Well, we've confirmed my suspicions about one of the prime suspects, but it still hasn't really put us on a good trail.
Hi there. Sorry, this area is off limits to port vision. Oh, wait half a second. You're the inspector. Sorry about that. I'll buzz you right in.
Oh yeah? Good.
Feel free to have a look around, sir.
Why'd you pull out a hammer when you got up?
So this is where Slug keeps all its contraband, right?
Nice of him to let me in without a fuss.
Inspector.
We're the future of sublight. Just you wait and see.
Alright, let's go find that person. They are up there.
Is Fight Night still on then?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Riding on Dr. Billy taking it all.
You bet on a sprat named Dr. Billy? What's he a doctor of?
Oh.
Victory.
Big sprat.
The biology of this sprat is highly unusual. This sprat has been in contact with multiple parasites, yet shows no symptoms of infection.
Oh yeah? Yes. Sprats do have a highly adaptive immune system.
An excellent point, Inspector. The unique immunological subsystem found in sprats is advantageous in fending off parasites, pathogens, and other biological threats.
What is this huge sprat doing here, anyway?
Based on Slug records of board-issued punitive sanctions against sublight salvage and shipping, this sprat is most likely intended for cage fighting.
Why is it so big?
A cursory analysis of this organism's anatomy suggests it was bred deliberately for its unusually large size.
Interesting.
See? Making your card game look like a big illegal secret just makes it more fun.
Ooh, a named weapon. All in. Sometimes when chips are down, all you can do is take a chance and go all in. There's nothing actually unique about it, though. It looks just like a regular machine gun. It doesn't have any unique effect or anything. Why is it all It's just got a name. It's a little better than that thing he's got right there. I guess I'll give it to him. Some things in these places are marked as, you know, if you pick them up, it's stealing. But then in the same place, you'll find stuff like in that room where it's just like, yeah, take whatever.
Hey there, little buddy. Isn't she just the cutest?
Yeah, that is a brat. Not a lot of interest around here. Oh, workbench. Workbench? Where's workbench? Here's a workbench. Noticed my pistol could use a little fixing up. Just maybe I got some money for some tinkering. Oof, pushing this revolver any further up is a costly endeavor. What about my clothes? Oh, I haven't tinkered with my outfit at all. Then again, I'm barely getting hit. Yeah, tinker with them anyway. I'll put one more into the gun. I mean, what else? I never buy anything. There's never anything, like, interesting or necessary to buy. I may as well spend the money on my primary weapon of choice, my revolver. Alright, let's go chat up the foreman. Ooh, restricted? Hmm.
You're the inspector, aren't you? Boss Kincannon said you'd be by about the cargo that's been going missing. Gosh, this is so neat. A real-life inspector. What's that like? Have you solved any mysteries yet? Ever had to shoot a suspect?
Well, I had to do a lot of shooting, but I've had to take down a few perps, yeah.
Perps?
Perps.
Just like a real inspector. Right, so the missing cargo. How can I help your investigation?
And at first, any idea why someone would want to bug Cedric's office?
Maybe they're keen on cashing out and want to go as painfully as possible. I don't know. Boss Kincannon's office is where he holds most of his meetings with important folks like Miss Helen. Just about all negotiations happen in his office too. Vendor pricing, major purchase orders, rentals for construction projects, you name it.
Mm-hmm. What's the culprit been stealing?
That's the weird part. There's no pattern far as I can tell. The thefts don't make sense. I ask you, who would steal a handful of Spacer's Choice Sabers, so dull they can barely cut mud, but leave the spectrum black? Ugh. Who'd be desperate enough to want to steal a Spacer's Choice Saber, full stop?
An idiot, that's the obvious answer. The criminal mind is strange and unknowable.
Usually it's just after money, or mine is anyway.
Then there's the most recent theft, 5 boxes of pens and a couple of sodas. I can't decide which one's sadder.
It's both. Both are sadder.
I wish they hadn't stolen the blue pens. We can never keep enough of those in stock.
Who has access to the cargo?
Everyone here at Freight Storage and Processing, for a start. Thing is, the cargo is going missing before the shipments even get to the warehouse. Best I can figure, it's probably getting lost in the shipping yard. As for who has access there, Benton Chan, he's the shipping yard manager, he told me it's mainly just the loading automechs that handle cargo.
Maybe there's a problem with the automechs?
Could be. Those things will break if you so much as look at them funny. That's Benton's area, but don't bother asking him for help. Last time I asked him to check the automechs, the whole head told me he couldn't help because he was dead.
Hard to argue with that.
Yeah, especially when he kept shouting, "Dead people can't hear anything," at me. On the bright side, I'm sure the dead won't mind if you decide to check those loading automechs out yourself. Hopefully, you're mechanically inclined.
I've dabbled.
Oh, before I forget, I figured you might want to access my terminal, so I had a spare keycard made. It's all yours.
Well, thank you kindly. Anything on there I should know about?
Oh no, I forgot to delete all of those incriminating messages I sent about which cargo to steal. Nah, I do have a list of cargo that's gone missing though, if that helps any.
Yeah, she's got a sense of humor, I like her. Alright. Insert Foreman's terminal keycard. Incoming messages. From 2B-Chan from Tinsley. It happened again. Benton, we're missing cargo again. Just random shit. This time, we lost 5 boxes of blue pens and a couple purple berry sodas. I can't see a pattern. We got all those Deadeye Mark IIs in the other day, and not one of them went missing. So it's not like the skimmer's going for the most expensive cargo. As far as I can tell, shit's getting skimmed from the crates before they make it inside Freight Storage and Processing. Could someone be breaking into the shipping yard at night, you think? His response: pens, soda. I'll never understand where you get the energy to care about this shit, Tinsley. I don't know what to tell you. Pretty much the only ones that handle any cargo are the automechanicals. You can come look at them if you want, but even I have better things to do than help to you exact justice on a void-damned pen thief. Fair. To Tinsley from Chan. Seriously? Ella, tell whoever snuck over to the shipping yard and messed with the loading automechs to go to hell, will you? Those things break down enough as it is, and I'll be damned if I'm going to haul cargo around myself. Somebody was messing with the automechs. Got a message basically confirming that. Alright. Outgoing messages. Oh wait, that's that message, and to Chan from Tinsley. In that case, there must be a problem with the automechs. I'll swing by when I can to see what's malfunctioning. Besides you. Oof. This was a response to his response about the mechs. Okay, but you have to admit, it's a little funny to see an automech dance. Not my fault they're so damn easy to hack. Seriously, a Primal could do it. Wait, Tinsley hacked a mech? Missing cargo list. Here's a list of what's gone missing so far, or at least everything I've noticed. See what I mean about there not being a pattern? 8 cases of purple berry punch and 2 boxes of blue pens, that was the most recent one. 16 pallets of cacao milk. What's a cacao? 300 small portrait images of Woolrich, basically. Addle's shipping it? What is that? Addle? What? Shipping instructions, handle with care. Law, would I like to fold these in half? 3 Mark 7 cranial protectors, and 7 sets of cranial protective clothing with safety harnesses from Aramid Ballistics. Next case, 2 cases of Leban Slap and 10 Spacer's Choice Sabers. Down here, 25 cases of Blasting Agent and 3 boxes of Dark Matter bars. I mean, there's some stuff in there I would question. Let's pop out this way. I want to see what this restricted area is. Okay, it's not immediately restricted. Doesn't really seem to be a whole lot back here. What's with these containers with boxes in them that have big holes in the side? Looks like there's a whole lot of nothing back here. I'm sure there must be some purpose to this area.
What the? Oh, hey, you!
Whoa, hold a moment. Who the hell are you?
Nobody. Just trying to earn my bit.
Yeah, you and me both.
I'll let you get back to it then.
Right.
Can you believe these guys? Alright, back on over there. Can't believe I'm getting distracted from a real case to mess around with this unimportant stuff.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Inspector, this loading automechanical's programming does not match factory default settings. The standard defensive protocol has been modified to include an additional trigger.
Define standard defensive protocol.
For Type K-19 cargo transport automechanicals, defensive protocol is triggered by attempted interference with cargo, or its transportation, or attempted destruction of the unit. Once triggered, defensive protocol targets the perpetrator and applies lethal force until the target has been deceased for a minimum of 3 minutes.
Let's identify the new trigger.
There is a directive in place to initiate defensive protocol should an unsanctioned data log installed in this automechanical be removed.
Scan for signs of unusual behavior.
Slug automechanical maintenance records indicate this particular unit is frequently reported as out of position or missing for periods of time.
Let's have a look inside.
Loading automechanical unit K-14 is fully operational at 99% power. Please designate the cargo to be transported and its destination. How can this automechanical assist you?
Another good robot voice. I like these. Can't lockpick it. Hi, I'm here to look at your data logs.
Certainly. Access panel is now unlocked.
That was easy. Let's see here. View the most recently added data log.
Ejecting data log 17C. Alert. Failsafe protocol triggered. Kill mode initiated. Preparing to end user.
Wait. I have questions.
Understood. This unit is programmed to facilitate user queries. Kill mode pause. User termination to follow.
How very polite. What's on the data log you just ejected?
The ejected data log contains instructions to move cargo shipment 6, 8, 7, 5 outside instructions to move randomized cargo shipments outside the boundaries of the shipping yard at intervals of 1 to 4 days.
What was in shipment 6875?
Apologies. This unit does not have access to cargo inventory lists.
Alright, go ahead and pummel me.
Kill mode re-engaged. Have a nice day.
Oh god, they're all going crazy. Didn't realize they were all gonna go crazy. Where are you guys running off to?
Can we do that again?
Well, that's unfortunate. My reputation with sublight's gone down. What a shame. A lot of bits on that bot. How far down did my rep go? Not a lot. Alright then, I guess we go talk to Cedric. Have I actually solved the problem? We don't know who did it. Is there anything else around here I needed to do? Alright, we need to go tell What's-Her-Face that we got the package. Cassidy.
You're back, I see. Hope the law hasn't caught on to what you're doing. Law meaning authorities, that is, not the forces running the universe.
We don't want either of them to know. I've got the cargo. What next?
No complications? Grand. The recipient is Joseph Dempsey. He runs the Eridanos Dry Goods and Sundry.
No, that guy. What'd you do to get arrested, anyway?
This is gonna sound a little stupid, but I got a thing about mechanicals. Don't like the way they move or the sounds they make. Gives me the creeps. I was drinking with Dash in the cantina when a funny-looking one trotted up beside us. Seemed like it was some kind of monster, so I started yelling, banging on it. Don't know what happened next, but I think it involved another mechanical. I passed right out then, and when I woke back up, I was here. Not the most graceful thing I've ever done.
Mm-hmm. Alright, hope all this legwork is worth it. I swear it's not a problem with the chair, but I can't find a comfortable position to sit. Alright, pass this off to Dempsey, and then go talk to Cedric.
Welcome back. The Eridanos Dry Goods and Sundry is just as standard and unremarkable as when you left it.
I got a shipment of something for you.
A shipment, you say? The only shipment I'm expecting is 100 pounds of salt tuna a week from now. And I certainly don't expect it to be brought by an inspector.
I like boneless spratwurst.
Is that supposed to be some kind of code phrase? It has no nuance, no subtlety. Sticks out like a bent nail. A constable could detect that from the other side of Eridanos. I learn about secret codes in my off time. For fun. It's never anything that I actually need to use, mind.
Uh-huh. How do I want to respond to this? I must have been mistaken. I guess I'll just surrender this cargo to the constabulary.
Wait. On second thought, you should let me take a look. Just in case it's something I ordered and forgot about. Follow me to the back.
Ah, yes, this was his back room.
All right. So, as you can see, this actually ain't the most standard and unremarkable general store this side of Halcyon. Welcome to my black market. Whatever you're here for, weapons, information, contraband, cane and ointment, I've got it. Sorry for the frosty reception. Had to make sure you weren't with the constable. But seeing how you're a freelancer, I hope I ain't got nothing to worry about.
Yeah. You have nothing to worry about. This is just an empty room. Suppose we'll, nice place you got here. Can I peruse your empty room?
Regular wares? Sure. Currently waiting on my next black market shipment, so come back in a bit if you want to see those. Let me take that package off your hands, whatever the case. Here's your pay. Good doing business with you, especially seeing how you didn't take this to the constable. Would have been a mighty pain in my tail end.
Since I went through all the work to bring it to you, can I see what's in the box?
See? No. But I might tell you what's in it, so long as it's nothing proprietary, volatile, or breathing. Let's have a little look. Contraband weapon parts, a few chemicals for the crafting of high explosives. All fairly standard. Oh, and a canister of trimethyl sulfoxide. Where dimethyl sulfoxide is good at keeping folks in stasis, trimethyl sulfoxide is nice for helping refrigerators run. Useful stuff.
I see. Well, let me have a look at your stock. Again, I doubt I'll have anything I want, but... there's a thing. Yeah, I'll buy that. I think I'll give it to somebody. Enjoy your empty room that I had nothing to do with emptying out. Cedric?
Inspector.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Solved your cargo skimming issue.
Ooh, I love this part. The big reveal. So tell me, what happened?
Well, firstly, you've got a serious security problem.
What makes you say that?
Somebody bypassed the loading mech security system and rewired them to skim random goods.
Damn, you're good. Hacking the automechs. So that was our skimmer's game. But why? Everything that was stolen has seemed random. I certainly see no pattern.
The theft was random, except for a single shipment.
So, our culprit had something specific they wished to acquire and used the random theft as a smokescreen. I must say, Inspector, you've done excellent work on this case.
How did I figure
that
that out?
Just leaves how the culprit knew where their true target would be, or indeed, that Slug would soon possess it.
Check your pocket.
Okay, that's very impressive. Don't ever touch me again. Am I right to think what you found in my office earlier was the other half of this listening device?
Sure was, and whoever this... Yeah, sure was, and they could hear everything you said in here.
She, Inspector. She could hear everything.
Hey, I'm the inspector. No figuring out the culprit before I do.
That listening device was the missing piece of our puzzle, Inspector. I lent it to Halcyon Helen to assist her with role research.
Oh? And she used it to research Slug shipments instead.
Unbelievable. I helped her. Gave her whatever she needed. I thought we were doing each other a good turn.
I doubt it was personal.
This is a betrayal, Inspector. I do not take betrayal lightly. Helen should consider herself very lucky indeed that she is already among the dead, and that some other bastard beat me to putting her in the ground.
Dangerous talk for a man under investigation.
Halcyon Helen is already dead. If I'd known Helen was stealing from me, I may very well have killed her, or had her killed. Alas, I did not.
Or maybe you did know, and this is all a show for my benefit.
Oh, that is good, Inspector. Now you are thinking in the manner you must if you intend to get to the bottom of this mess. I wish you luck with your investigation, though I doubt you'll need it. You'll find Helen's murderer. I'm confident of that.
I appreciate the confidence.
If you'll excuse me, I must find a way to excise my anger that minimally damages my business empire. I expect it will involve shooting quite a lot of guns.
Well, aside from clearing up a bit of Birdie's side of the story, we didn't really do a whole lot for our primary investigation here. Report to Ludovico about Birdie. Report to Ludovico about Cedric. You know, we acquired the footage for the kitchen, but we haven't actually seen the footage? Will we get to view it when we report back into the administrator? Well, if I can go find this bellhop, and I think... Blurry goddamn map. Unblurify, damn it. Okay, we've cleared that one. That's the orchard. We've cleared the spaceport now. This is the pilot house. We cleared that. I don't think I've been to this place? No, I haven't been there. Bellhop's over that way. We're running out of place to check out. So, Birdie does seem genuinely put off by the death of his former love interest.
Yeah, now that was fun.
And Cedric only found a motive for killing Helen, apparently after we just discovered she was responsible for activating random stolen shipments? But why? Why would she do that?
A hard cider for a hard life.
Yeah, we've cleared up a few people, or at least a few things, but I still don't feel like I'm on a trail yet. Yeah, this place is gonna be a pain to look through. And it's open, so away we go. Ow. It's been a long time since I got a notification for a flaw. I guess I got all of the notifications for that stuff.
Hold him, Captain! Cut him up!
Don't mess with the best.
Fucking birds. Up. There's a bellhop. Bellhop Owen's invoice. A list of guest special requests. Some drinks, some food items, and tellingly a recently fulfilled request for a fresh Terra Ray bile gland from one Spencer Woolrich. Maybe the cause of death. Was he just killed by the birds? Ah, worms. I don't like those noises. I hate the noises they're making. They didn't come after me. The marker when I aimed over them was yellow. Site 0451 safe keycard. They came up as red on the compass, so I don't see a safe in here. Well, we have the way open to the Prophet, so let's go chat up our Prophets. Man, I swear this thing loses durability really kind of fast. Not like really like painfully fast, but at a notable speed. Random box. Scratch marks on the... Ooh, you don't want to accidentally step there. Bunch of dead hotel staff. Bunch of canids on the loose.
My leg!
Ready for more?
Silvio Tran. We got a name on this one.
This is Silvio Tran, setting a new record for the Grand Colonial Bellhop's Laundry Cart League. If you're listening to this, you're listening to history. And Daltrey, as we agreed, when I win, you're scraping terrorist shit off the windows for the rest of your contract.
Found Daltrey.
And you can stow the fear of heights routine because there's no way you're weaseling out of that, pal. Here goes. That's... Move the box! No, not... No!
Guess the crane dropped it on him? It's not exactly what it sounded like, but I guess it's what it sounded like. Sounds kind of weird. Daltrey danger, 11.5 seconds. Oh, he won. Silvio Tran, only 12 seconds. Pizza Piter? 16.4. The Flying Slug, 17. Bucky Bellhop, 23.2. Purple Lightning. DNC? Did not complete. Alas, they're all dead.
If they didn't want to tempt us, why'd they lock it up?
I know. Locking your stuff up, that's just begging for people to come and steal it. We saw the elevator coming down when I approached, so someone sent it down? Hmm. Hmm. Well, this place looks nice. Byzantium tourist.
Is this supposed to keep the critters in or the guests out?
I can't believe Helen's gone. We're never going to get a sequel to Terror on Monarch.
Oh, ye of little faith. They'll just find somebody else. Like tour guide. So there's just a horrible mess out front, but everything seems to be functioning up here? I don't understand how this place functions.
Excuse me, Gunther. I need to ask you something.
Who in the hell is Gunter? I told you to call me Hunter. Come on.
Oh, right. Hunter, have you seen a little mechanical wandering through here? Might have been wearing my hat?
I can't say I have. I can sell you a new hat if you want. Or some fine, legally obtained hunting supplies. You could go get that mechanical thief yourself.
She's not a thief. She's lost. I just want her back.
Hmm.
Oh, hey there, stranger. Don't mean to interrupt your business, but have you seen a stray mechanical wandering about?
I initiated this conversation. You're not interrupting nothing. I overheard your conversation earlier. You want to explain exactly what's happening?
Seems I'm running my mouth too much. My mechanical Betty up and wandered away a couple days back. I've been trying to track her, but the beasts make it hard. Personally, I prefer my organs inside my body.
Most people do.
The shopkeep says I should buy one of his rifles and go looking myself. But like my machine, I'm not combat inclined.
Hmm. What kind of mechanical is your lost charge?
Betty's just your standard tripod mechanical. Though she probably is still wearing my hat. Without it, she seems kind of naked. Her main purpose is cacao milking, but the only cacaos in the reserve are close. Without a directive, she shouldn't have had reason to wander away from the milking area.
Hmm. Hope it's not milking anything not a cacao. Almost all other beast milk is toxic.
Nothing a few dozen rounds of processing and human trials can't fix.
Gonna need to find Betty in the first place before anything can or can't happen with what she's milked.
I didn't think mechanicals could just wander off on their own.
I'm contractually obligated to inform you that slug mechanicals are not notoriously inclined to malfunction, and any rumors to the contrary are slander. But yeah, usually even slug machines don't get lost on their own, so I guess I'm to blame. Setting Betty's search parameters is my job. Must have added a 0 where I shouldn't have.
Ah, those pesky zeros. Hmm. You sure? Mechanicals malfunction, but all this feels a little unusual.
Hey, I ain't in the habit of intentionally losing company property. That'd be one hell of a violation. Besides, I'm rather fond of Betty. This is all just an unfortunate cycle of events. If you can help rectify it and get me my Betty back, I'll give you everything I got.
I'll keep an eye out for any suspicious mechanicals.
Hey, thanks so much. It would have been mighty lonely without her. Being unemployed, I mean. Be lonely being unemployed. If you find Betty, try sneaking up and hacking her. If you can't do that, finding a way to stop her current routines should send her back home.
Alrighty.
Welcome to Hunter Legal's Legal Hunter Supplies. I am Hunter Legal. How might I help you today?
That must be a fun name to have. I can see the conversations when you meet somebody now. Or if, like, someone's looking for you, is like, excuse me, are you legal? And the potential responses you could have are endless. I'm investigating the murder of Halcyon Helen. Have you seen or heard anything unusual lately?
Unusual? This whole land complex is a failed wildlife exhibition turned hunting reserve. You can't go 10 feet without stepping in unusual. But I reckon you're asking about people unusual. I'd go have a chat with the prophet of profitability. Maybe she can intuit you in the right direction or something.
I don't need no intuiting.
It's mighty far in the depths of the reserve. Perhaps you should purchase one of my fine armaments for the journey.
I'd be shocked if you had a weapon worth my time. Oh, why do I feel so yawny all of a sudden? Ugh. It's not like I didn't get a lot of sleep. I just yawn. I don't know why. I'm not bored, I swear. Interesting name for your shop has.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean. It is a perfectly normal name for a shop dispensing hunter supplies.
Does Hunter Supplies suggest that they are supplies for you, Hunter?
Don't get smart with me. I'm just a shopkeep.
Is this really the best place for a shop?
Where better to sell hunter supplies than in the depths of the wilds, surrounded by creatures that are just waiting to devour you. I've got an excuse, but the Prophet and her retreat don't. And they're even farther out. Prophet said I should gift her some rifles to improve my aura or something. I told her what she could do with her aura. Haven't spoken to her since. But you look like you're smart enough to not make the decision that she'll invariably regret.
Let's see what you're selling.
Hunter supplies. Get your hunter supplies.
And as I figured, he has nothing I care for. Who'd have thought? Ah, shit, did I... Ah, fuck me, I forgot to turn this in at the spaceport. Ah, fuck it, I'll do it later. Let's look for the... Let's go look for the milking robot or whatever.
Mr. Kincannon really knows how to run a hotel.
A nice convenient path all the way to our milk bot. Well, the robot ain't hostile.
Right, here we go. Score one for Felix.
No cacaos detected nearby. Returning to slug maintenance worker.
That was easy. Curious if we would have learned something if we were able to hack it up. I saved before I approached, didn't I? Yes, I did. You know what? I'm gonna roll that back just a tad. I want to see if... I'm not exactly the sneakiest guy.
Easy now.
Also, these aren't cacaos.
Greetings, potential customer. Please do not interrupt MilkMec during milking cycle. Only acceptable circumstance for interruption. Potential customer would like to sample a delicious and refreshing glass of subject unknown milk.
Hmm. Oh, delightful. Sounds perfectly safe.
Agreed. This milk has been sourced from the beautiful and majestic subject unknown and is rich in arsenic and unidentified. Try some today. Is there anything else this unit may do for you at the expense of the productivity time you have wasted?
Delicious arsenic. Looks like someone's overdue for a checkup. Let's open up the maintenance hatch.
Alert. Unauthorized technical solicitor detected. Sealing maintenance hatches. Submit yourself to the local constable for processing.
No need to get defensive, especially since someone skimped on security.
Seal disabled. Standby mode activated.
Let's examine the mechanical activity parameters. It appears that the mechanical's target acquisition parameters are bugged, hence why this mechanical is attempting to milk canids. No. Interestingly, it appears that the mechanical's patrol parameters are not bugged. It's been set to wander this far from the dairy. Begin self-diagnostic.
Diagnosing. Patrol parameters. Nominal. Milking parameters. Error. Milking target corrupted.
There aren't any issues with your patrol parameters? Wait, I just had two options that told me the exact same information.
Correct. Patrol parameters are functioning as they have been set. Milking parameters still malfunctioning. Returning to designated slug technician.
Wraps them up!
Not too bad. Interesting. So it was just a bug? Somebody didn't specifically tell it to go harvesting canid milk? I don't want to think about that. Those mechanicals don't literally look like they have the articulation to even do that kind of work. Yep. Accidentally hitting the crouch button.
There.
That's what you get!
Just watching the bodies fly, the bullets from this thing are amazing. I'm guessing this is Marauder territory. Plasma propulsion pack. This thing's making a noise. Yeah. Warning, not for use as a means of transport, tool, weapon, or almost anything else. Perhaps it would make a safe paperweight. Doesn't do as much damage, but it does burn. Yeah, we'll put a few upgrades in it. Oh, it does way more damage than this thing. Enjoy your new plasma weapon. Is this a Marauder camp? Hard to say. I mean, there's just canid bodies here, right? There's no people bodies? This looks like a Marauder camp. These are probably Marauder ships. Yeah, we'll go talk to What's-Her-Face if we're... This map just keeps re-blurrying up. Re-blurrying? There's some words. Invisible wall. Cool, cool. There really didn't need to be an invisible wall there, but okay, yeah, whatever. That doesn't annoy me at all. Bat snake! Haven't seen the fat snakes in a while. I will not kill the fat snakes. They're some of the only non-hostile creatures. And unlike every other type of creature we see in this fucking solar system, they're the only ones that don't exist on every single fucking planet. Found your robot.
Hey, I almost can't believe it. Betty found her way back. Here I was thinking I'd never see her again.
Yeah. Damnedest thing. Seems your mechanical's patrol parameters were intentionally wrong.
Where are they now? Well, that must have been my doing, though I assure you it was accidental.
You're not much of a liar, are you?
Guess I don't really have to. Mechanicals don't question you, and my boss just sort of waves her hand at me whenever I say anything. As it so happens, I might have had a little more to do with Betty's wandering than I let on.
Go
on.
on.
The old girl's initial programming just don't cut it. She's supposed to sit there and milk cacaos day in, day out, but Slug doesn't have many cacaos. So what happens when the cacaos die or get made into meat pies? That's right. Betty'd be scrapped.
I'm still not seeing why you set her loose.
Right. I imagine this looks mighty strange to you. Suffice it to say, I want to make sure Betty never meets the scrapper. So I'm making her more versatile. I modify her patrol parameters and send her out. Never far, mind you. Each time she returns, I iterate upon her prior parameters. My hope is that if the dairy gets shuttered, she'll be able to be retrofitted as a guard mechanical. Assuming she doesn't get lost, like she did today.
There are easier ways to get promoted, you know.
Actually, this wasn't a bid to get promoted. It was for Betty's sake. I've been looking after Betty since I started out on the reserve. The other workers were never all that friendly, and only got worse over time. Blame the murderous workplace. Much as it might sound strange to say it, she's just about my only friend.
Uh-huh. Just because it's not flesh and blood doesn't mean you don't care for it.
Yeah, kind of like the way you feel about Ada.
I suppose everyone forms bonds in different ways.
Ada's different.
Now, let me take a quick look at her, then we can get on to your payment. Oh, it looks like you went in and reset her parameters. Thanks a ton for doing that. Should get me back to work all the faster. Between saving Betty and sorting her out, you've sure done me, and by extension Slug, a service. I've got bits and spare parts with your name on them.
Alright then, don't let any canids nip you on the way out.
I won't.
Hear people with names.
Sorry, but we're a little busy right now. I'm sure one of the other guides would be happy to give you a tour.
Lawrence, do you know who you're talking to? We always have time for the inspector.
The inspector? That's you? I am so sorry. We didn't know what we were doing. We're so sorry. It'll never happen again.
This seems like a strange spot to loiter. What are you two doing?
Oh, Law, it's all over. I told you someone would catch on sooner or later, Belle.
Lawrence, let me do the talking here. Inspector, pay him no mind. I'm sure you've bigger saltuna to can than us.
What did he mean by catch on?
Don't pay him any mind, Inspector. His upper story's a little gap-toothed, if you know what I mean. But seeing as you insist on sticking your... That is, since you're so curious, I'll fill you in on what we're doing. We, misplaced some people on our last tour. Misplaced them in the maws of some local predators. Now we're stuck here wondering how to get their room keys.
You got your guests killed and all you care about are the room keys?
Hey, we all got our priorities. Not worrying about those keys ain't gonna bring their owners back from the dead. Anyway, the sooner we get those keys back, the sooner we can make it look like the ex-guests checked out early.
You're trying to cover up their deaths of the missing guests?
Wouldn't you? I mean, the dangers were all listed in fine print on the waivers they signed. Least they can do is not destroy our reputation when they get themselves killed. We knew sooner or later this was gonna happen. We've got some hush money tucked away. If you can get those keys for us, it's all yours.
Do I care enough about some, like, Byzantine tourists getting murdered? Or not really murdered. I mean, they are the idiots who went on a into this stupid tour. I suppose these guys would get punished for it. Yeah, fuck it. You guys look like you need a break. I'll find the keys.
Did I just hear that right? The inspector is going to help us, Bill! Thank the stars!
We're not out of the woods yet. Let's just see what happens before we celebrate. We last saw the guests deeper in the wilderness, Inspector. That'd be a good place to look.
Try not to lose any more guests to wild beasts while I'm gone. And away we go.
We're doing this.
Score one for Felix.
None of our targets are in here, but I am... Yeah, a bunch of containers. Weird place to just leave a bunch of boxes. Yeah, maybe we'll get some kind of task or request to go out that way. Let's focus on the areas where we know we'll find the things and then move on to the profit. Spectrum Brown, dead guest keycard. Nearest thing is over this way. The heck is that? Yeah, I like this. Look, this place looks nice. Oh shit. And of course they got primals. Then again, this is where the primals from the orchard came from, and that would make sense. Candy Canyons. Got a pistol and a rifle, that one. Yeah, I like how suddenly that sound comes in. It kind of fades away when you move from it, but then... Wow, that's some good sound design. That must be the Prophet's little holdout.
Nobody messes with you, boss!
Stay alive, Felix.
Can we do that again?
Glad Raptidons aren't common with their fucking acid. Where the music at?
Sublight Underground takes care of its own.
And they really lost these tourists all over the place. I think that one set that thing off himself.
Yeah! Now that was fun!
Oh, a little book. Last words of Howard A. Kinsella. Though my wounds are fatal, I, as a Byzantine, must face my death with the same dignity with which I lived my life. I hereby enclose the events leading to my demise. A tragic turn of fate separated me from my guides. The duo fled as our party encountered a single Raptidon, the cowards. I, however, drew my rifle and felled the beast, but not before it sank its teeth into my flesh. I imagine I must have been the finest thing it had ever tasted in this wretched place. Perhaps my guides will find me before I pass, though I doubt those simpletons could find their way out of a cardboard box. I believe their names were Larry and Bell, or something similarly mundane. To whoever finds this, please carry out my final wish. Pass on my rating of 1 out of 5 stars to the Grand Colonial. Guides were very unhelpful. Sincerely, Howard A. Kinsella. That is a fair last request. Invisible wall. Woo! Yeah! Yeah, let's go grab this last body. Snake. Nice view of the Colonial from here.
That's the last of them.
Kind of goofing off with a different weapon here. Oh no, Ellie. This weapon would be pretty neat if I had the appropriate skills to wield it. Not that it didn't work, but... Eh. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot to this place. Alright, got all the got all the key cards. What's with all the wreckage? All these broken, decrepit-looking fences. Past the front area, this place just looks like a mess. Not to mention overgrown. Unless this was intentional.
You know, I never imagined Spencer Woolrich would outlive Halcyon Helen.
Hey there. You find us those keys?
I have them right here.
That's all of them. You're a lifesaver and a half, Inspector. Lawrence, you got the bits?
Let's see, which pocket did I... Oh, they're in my hand. Here you are, Inspector. We'll make sure to put in a good word with our friends, too. I can't wait to put this behind us.
What are you going to do now?
We'll wait here a little longer and start clearing out their rooms when the shift changes. Not sure what we'll do with their belongings.
Lawrence, we talked about this, remember? What belongings? Anyhow, thanks again, Inspector. Good luck with your investigation.
Yeah, they don't look like they're armed, so they probably weren't trained to actually fight off the wildlife. But then again, why would you take the unarmed hotel staff as guides? Either they just got really lame jobs, or they're just terrible cowards, or both. I don't know. I feel kind of weird about those keys, even if it was just a bunch of...
Canyon? Nah, can't be real.
Even if it was just a bunch of Byzantines that got themselves killed. Anyway. Let's go talk to the Prophet.
So these hullheads sit around in circles and try to invite profit into their life? I hope they get eaten by rats.
Kind of hippie stronghold.
The Prophet's treatments are intense. I nearly collapsed during the last session.
What be this place? Ooh, nearly 600 bits. It's actually a decent amount to find in a box. They have, like, fireplaces set up? Kind of a weird thing they got going on here. This person has a skull in their room. Or maybe it's a fake skull. Hard to tell. Those look more real. Why do they have skulls? They got the fucking worms in here. You know what? Let's go talk to the Prophet first. Then we'll go poking around.
About time somebody came the hell back. I notice you're not spattered in blood, which doesn't bode particularly well. For you. I hope you're not about to tell me you lost your nerve.
As far as first impressions go, yours could use a little work.
First impressions? Ah, I see. You're not one of my hunters.
I'm not.
Pardon my tomfoolery, stranger. I see I've mistaken you for someone else. Victoria Foxworth, Rizzo's executive clerical actuator. Pleased to meet you. Might I ask what brings you to the reserve?
I'm investigating the murder of Halcyon Helen, and the trails brought me here.
A professional, I see. I don't know anything about any murder, but you might be just who I'm looking for. There's a particular task that my hunters haven't yet been capable enough to complete. I wonder if you'd have any interest in it.
Yeah, I can't do anything to help you out with your thing, but why don't you put that very important thing that you're doing down to help me with my completely unimportant bullshit? Yeah, okay. Go on.
As you may be aware, Slug currently owns the reserve, but it rightfully belongs to Rizzo's. There's an ex-Rizzo's employee currently in possession of the land grant for the entire complex. Insult to injury from Slug. And evidence that this complex is rightfully ours. This particular individual is up there in years. His mind is failing. Leaving the land grant to him is like leaving it in the trash. I would like you to retrieve it.
What makes you say the reserve rightfully belongs to Rizzo's?
You mean you don't know the story? This atmospheric complex was first annexed by Rizzo's. We'd planned a lovely wildlife-themed attraction to be built here. Alas. Due to some backhanded and admittedly shrewd legal footwork on Slug's part, Rizzo's ownership of the complex was lost. Now we rent it from Slug. I seek only to have what was stolen returned to us.
Understand why you need my help? Can't your hunters handle one old man?
I would have thought so too, but I sent my scouts out ages ago and none have yet returned. The old man's certainly too senile to be a threat, but it's possible Slug put him under guard. You're not recognizably with Rizzo's. Thus, it shall be easier for you to get close.
I'll see if I can solve the situation non-violently.
Solve the situation however you like, so long as you bring me the land grant. The target in question lives out in the woods, exactly where I'm not certain. Best of luck.
Hello! Welcome to the Prophet of Profitability's Private Prosperity Retreat. Stay positive, and soon all your humors will be balanced. Least, that's what I keep telling myself. Anyway, I'm Aaliyah Mason. I work as the Prophet's right-hand woman. What can I do for you?
What can you tell me about the retreat?
If you felt imbalanced and unproductive, linger in your malaise no longer. We have all the amenities and practices for calming the ill humors strangling your potential. Sit for hours in our sweat house and sweat them out, or stand amidst burning coals and feel your productive inhibitions burn away. And remember, think positive. Positivity equals productivity equals profitability.
That almost sounds like a rule of acquisition. Almost. Distantly. Do you know the Prophet well?
Of course. I've been studying under her for years. I know each of her techniques more or less by heart. and even have some variations of my own, such as the quintuple daily stomach purges.
What?
She's promised me that I'd be allowed to open my own branch of the retreat someday soon. Of course, I've been waiting on someday soon for coming up on 4 years now. I'm sure it's gonna happen anytime now.
Uh-huh. For a positivity disciple, you sound a little less than enthused.
Oh, terribly sorry if I gave you that impression. I had a cramp. It's better now. I mean, it might be nice if I had a little inclination of whether the Prophet appreciated all the cooking and cleaning and hours of meditation I do on a daily basis. But whatever she thinks isn't for me to question. I'll do my best to be more chipper.
I was hired to look into Halcyon Helen's murder and ask you a few questions.
Oh my. Yes, this is important enough for me to delay my bi-hourly self-flagellation. Ask away.
Have you noticed any unusual behavior in the retreat lately?
Well, by and large, no. But something rather odd did happen regarding the Prophet recently.
Oh?
A few hours after our high-profile visitor arrived a couple of days ago, the Prophet asked me to take over sessions for the remainder of the day. At first, I was excited. Thought it was my chance to show her what I could do in charge. But then I saw that she was deeply worried about something. No one saw her until the next day.
Prophet had some kind of feud with Helen, right?
Yes, the circumstances there are quite unfortunate. For a time, the Prophet was completely despondent. Even the hot coal walks weren't buoying her spirits as they usually do. However, we recently had a high-profile visitor whose presence seemed to alleviate whatever the Prophet's fears were.
So the visitor wasn't Helen. Who was it?
I'm actually not entirely certain. It was a surreptitious visit that stood out because it was surreptitious. Whoever it was must have paid the Prophet quite a lot to keep things quiet. At least that's the only reason I can think of for intentionally keeping things so hush-hush.
Where were you at the time of the murder?
I was here, at the retreat in the company of the other disciples and clients. I rarely have more than a few minutes of alone time. Which is fine, of course. I do what I do in the service of the Prophet, who will, I'm sure, reward me for my sacrifice. Eventually.
That's all.
Certainly.
Goodbye.
Actually, before you go, I want to report something suspicious. I noticed the Prophet dragging something, a bundle, away from the retreat after that high-profile guest arrived. Normally, I'm the one who does her laundry, so it was strange. Especially because whatever she was dragging seemed oddly human-shaped.
Interesting information. You're sure it was a body?
I think so. Had the right size and shape.
Couldn't you have brought this information forward a little earlier?
I could have, but I generally don't have the time or energy to leave the reserve to contact anyone. Plus, there's always the possibility that I'm mistaken. The Prophet hasn't been herself lately, but if I misinterpreted the situation and reported her improperly, I'd ruin my chances for opening my own wing of the retreat.
I'll look into it.
By imagining wealth, I can evoke prosperity out of the universe.
Welcome. If you are in search of a seminar, please speak to the Prophet of Profitability directly. The messages on this terminal are private. Should you read them, your humors may be thrown off balance. Is your curiosity worth the loss of profits? From Ruth Bellamy. Prophet, I've talked with my agents and they've told me that what I said about your seminars, i.e. not taking them, actually lost you about 30% of your revenue for the next 3 months, with future losses projected. When I said I wasn't much interested in attending, I didn't realize that it had hit you quite as hard as it did. Guess that's the price for stardom. Everyone listens a little extra to everything you said. I'm hoping, if you've got space, that I might be able to attend one of your sessions today as a means of apologizing. I know that notice is short, but I'm hoping you can fit me in without too much inconvenience. So she refused, and then upon hearing that they lost revenue, she offered to actually do it? From Whitaker Lee. Hey, Prophet, Whitaker here. Wanted to ask how that mix of herbs I sent you has worked out. I was skeptical at first about using them for meditation purposes, but hell, what do I know about productivity? That said, be sure to remember what I told you. Don't cut the herbs asymmetrically. Hampers the texture. Don't leave them out in the sun, and for law's sake, make sure you keep the smoke doses small. Last thing you want is to accidentally send somebody into a coma, or worse, kill them. Be smart. From Whitaker. From your devoted attendees. Prophet. The other attendees of Tripling Profits Through Transcendentalism and I have reconvened, and we're all in agreement your seminars are simply top-notch. We've seen a 0.5% increase in each of our businesses in total profits since we attended your seminar altogether. Of course, with the price of materials, shipping, and other costs involved, it boils down to more of a 0.1% increase, but an increase is an increase. If you ever decide to visit the Grand Colonial, you simply must let us purchase you a round of drinks. Thank you, we certainly have the bits for it.
By concentrating on profit, I can invite wealth into my life.
Perhaps I should go look for that body first?
The prophet says to purge the mind of truth, that her truth is the only...
I'm going to absolutely murder the next quarterly report.
Gotta keep going. I can feel my...
Let's go look for that body first, yeah?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
A semi-recent set of tracks in the dirt stands out from the dead leaves and those made by passing creatures.
Identifying human footprints leading out into the wilderness. It is unusual for productivity disciples to wander more than a few feet from the camp.
Got any idea who made them?
Scanning. Checking database of shoe sizes and height-weight ratios. Judging by footprint depressions and shoe size, these prints were either made by the Prophet of Profitability or Adjutant Sophia Akande. Error. Recalibrating. These footprints were made by the Prophet of Profitability.
Yeah, Conde's dead, so if they were made by her...
Timeline discrepancy. Additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability. Timeline discrepancy. Additional tracks belonging to
overlapping.
Profitability. Timeline discrepancy. Additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
There's a body print on the ground.
Judging by the shape of this indentation in the dirt, a person of medium height and build laid here for a number of hours, scanning for other details. Only additional signs of disturbance are a few marks in the dirt.
Corpses don't get up and walk away, and there's no evidence of the body being torn apart.
Agreed. Likely theory. Individual injured was unconscious, not dead, and walked away after awakening.
Strange. Let's keep this in mind. Weird that we can only see the imprint with the scanner. That's a bit odd. So what's-her-face saw the Prophet dragging something out in a bag. Was taken, or out of the bag. And then they got up later? Right, who do we get?
Fruitful and productive welcome, brother. I had a feeling you would visit me. I offer a wide variety of productivity seminars. I hope you'll consider taking one. But I should remember my manners. To what do I owe the pleasure of the Special Inspector's arrival?
How did you know I was an inspector?
My disciples come to and from the Grand Colonial, bringing supplies and information. Knowing what happens at the hotel affects my livelihood, after all. With that said, I'd love to involve you in one of my productivity seminars. We should clear you of all those nasty, nasty humors hampering your potential.
Yeah, I'm not here for what you're selling. Sorry, Prophet. I don't think I can spare the time. I've got a murder to look into.
Yes, I understand the pressure of one's employment all too well. We've lately been looking into more ways to bolster the retreat stock of bits. But you needn't worry about how this little conversation is affecting my livelihood, brother. Please, take your time.
I will.
I'm delighted to extend my desire to aid you, brother. How might I assist?
Let's ask about Helen first. Gonna ask you questions about Halcyon Helen. Please answer truthfully.
Oh? I'm surprised. I wouldn't think the two of us would have much to discuss about her. We may have had some terse interactions before her death, which I most certainly regret. But beyond those, well, never mind. What would you care to know?
You and Helen didn't get along, I hear.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. The media tends to exaggerate. I will admit that her remarks about my seminars were rather unfortunate. However, I certainly wouldn't sharpen any sabers over it, if that's what you mean to imply. I only do that when my clients skimp on their bills.
Second. Sorry, I had to click out the game for a sec. Did you contact Helen after you left the Grand Colonial?
I did not. She had no interest in my seminars, and I had no interest in attempting to convert a stubborn actress. Why would I have had any cause to engage with her further?
I read your terminal. I'd think real carefully before you lie to me again.
Well, I suppose that does complicate things. Whatever the case, I didn't care to mention Helen's change in decision because she never showed up. I don't see how it matters.
You said you had no further interaction with Helen before her death, right?
Yes, that's correct. She made it clear that my seminars were of no interest to her.
Yeah, I saw the message on the terminal. We just covered this.
Well, whatever the case.
Oh wait, that was just... Why was that option there for a thing that we just discussed? And she just said the same things. I followed your trail to where you dumped something in the wilderness.
Oh, really? What did you find there? What did I dump?
I think it was your morals.
Very funny, but not implicative. Anyone could have made that path, and even if it was me, you don't know what happened.
Someone said they saw you dragging a human-shaped lump into your yurt. Into the yurt? I thought it was away from the yurt.
Who said that? I'll be sure to give them a special seminar on not needlessly implicating the person who puts food on their table. It was a bundle of clothing, brother. Even productivity geniuses need to do laundry from time to time.
I could flex my persuasion, but I do, like... Yeah, we'll flex the persuasion. The quicker I get the truth, the faster I can leave you alone.
Yes. I suppose the more quickly we get off this subject, the better. I had a visitor, yes, but as it turned out, some of my productivity techniques were too much for them. I had to drag them out by hand. But their peers came and collected them shortly thereafter. I'm sure whichever attendee it was is perfectly safe now.
I feel like we didn't ask enough questions. Wait a minute. She still got an icon over her head.
Welcome. I'm delighted to extend my desire to aid you, brother. Yeah, what would you care to know?
Oh yeah, I was brought out of this line of questioning before I could ask the third question. Where were you at the time of Helen's murder?
Why, I've been at the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve for quite some time now, as my disciples can attest. In fact, I haven't visited the Colonials since I arrived several weeks ago. Bad energies, you understand. I hope you now realize that I had nothing to do with Helen's demise.
Uh-huh.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis suggests this to be a variety of herbs. Herbs have been uniformly treated with a pungent chemical mix. Warning: ingesting, smoking, or inserting non-corporation sanctioned substances into your ears may be harmful to your health.
Why would I put them in my ears? Oh, I could taste them. Oh, I want to taste them. But I want to be professional. Burning these would generate some pretty toxic smoke.
Side effects from extended exposure include dizziness, nausea, and unconsciousness. Additional likelihood of organ shutdown and/or death.
No, I still have an opportunity to taste them. Can you analyze the chemicals these herbs are treated with?
Analyzing. Complete. Substance appears to be a mix of industrial solvents and various essential oils. Substances include woolly cow dander remover, sprat oil, and starship surface wax.
How would these most likely be used?
Prior analysis suggests these herbs reach peak effectiveness when users burn them and inhale the resulting smoke. Whether or not this increased effectiveness is good for an afflicted individual has yet to be determined.
Gonna taste them? Though the dry herbs are difficult to chew, the flavor is less bitter than you would have expected. It's woodsy, like Tripicale, with a singed aftertaste. It's actually slightly better tasting than your average can of salt tuna, though so are most boots.
Hypothesizing potential side effects from herb consumption. Most likely outcome, decapitation. Slight possibility of calculation error.
Slight, indeed. Alright, make a note of that, and let's move on.
Welcome back. I'm
You watched me scan the herbs. Don't talk to me like I left and came back. You have some interesting herbs in here.
I'm pleased that you noticed. Excellent eye, brother. The compound they're treated with is my own invention, designed to unlock an individual's true productive potential when burned. I can't say any more. Trade secrets, you know.
They seem toxic. Toxic enough to potentially kill someone.
Clever work, Inspector. It seems even I can't slide my way out of the trap you've so intricately weaved. I admit it. I killed Helen. By mistake. Helen changed her mind and wanted to attend one of my sessions. I, knowing the importance of the seminar, desired to truly galvanize her, though not to stop her heart. So when it came time, I chose to double Helen's dosage of productivity-enhancing herbs. I left her to meditate, and when I returned, she was dead. After that, I entered a less than coherent state. One of my disciples, it seems, witnessed me as I dragged Helen's body out into the wilderness.
No... Wait, you... Okay, so Helen did attend a seminar? And... she thought she killed it? But we know... We know Helen was poisoned, but... that wasn't the cause of death. Cause of death was getting shot with a plasma weapon, yeah? You're sure Helen was dead?
I'm no medical professional, but that certainly seemed the case. Usually my customers at least writhe or mumble after a session. My productivity-enhancing herbs typically do induce sluggishness, but I suppose they must have been enough to do her in, if her constitution was truly that weak.
Did you shoot the body at any time?
Laws, no. I hate guns. If I ever wanted to kill someone on purpose, I would have used a blunt weapon. Nothing quite like clubbing someone over the head.
True, true. I don't think you killed anybody. Certainly not Helen.
What? Is this some kind of joke? You're an inspector. It's your job to arrest me, isn't it?
Halcyon Helen's body was found at the Grand Colonial. She was killed there.
I don't believe you. I think this is all a trick. You're trying to catch me in a lie. Get me to reveal my productivity secrets.
Look, if Helen's body wasn't where you left it, she must have awakened and walked away.
No. Someone must have moved it after I killed her. One of my business rivals, waiting for me to fall into a false sense of security so they can strike.
The only thing you've done is be completely negligent.
No. You can't trick me. I finally discovered what's happening. You've been paid off. Someone else learned that I killed Helen and is going to use that information to blackmail me. You think I'm going to let this injustice happen? Ha! Tell the constable that I killed Helen. It's 1,000 times less miserable than whatever my enemies have planned.
Yeah, she's fucking delusional. I can't figure you out. I'll think about whether or not you should be arrested.
I can't say I'm pleased by being kept in the dark. I hope you'll come to your senses sooner rather than later, and have me arrested.
Huh. So she attempted to screw with Helen by overdosing her on the herbs. But she didn't shoot her, and that was the cause of death. So we figured out the poisoning. Possibly. May as well check the rest of this place out. A lot of mods around. Doesn't look like there's a lot to it. Why would she be so insistent on me arresting her? Like, to somehow avoid getting blackmailed or something? I'm not entirely certain what her deal was at the end there.
That was a nice warm-up.
Can't imagine the Prophet's been down here. Especially if it's got these wackos in it. Experiment logs database. View lab notes. 556 entries found. Warning, 556 out of 556 files corrupted. Run recovery sub-routine? Yes. Only recovered 2 files. Next is log 1. Actually, we could hack a third one, or rather at log 2. Log 1. Eridanium gigaseous. I've completed my final round of total immersion, suspension, and exposure tests. As expected, Eridanium gigaseous dissolves in acid, burns in fire, and can be disintegrated or otherwise destroyed with N-rays or concentrated blasts of plasma. The creature is vulnerable when alone. However, bonding with a host evokes intensely protective behavior from that host. Safeguarding the parasite becomes the host's primary objective, even to the point of aggression and violence. The creature also seems well suited to long-term hibernation and immersion in a liquid suspension. Water and low-grade alcohols preserve the creature. Its metabolic systems, such as they are, slow to a halt. Once exposed to a host, the creature emerges from its dormant state and immediately attempts to attach itself to the host's nervous system. Long-term dormancy in an alcohol solution may prove useful to corporates. Prepare my report tomorrow. So that's why they're in the bottles. Log 3. Continuing my search for more suitable hosts among common fauna, very promising results from terror rays. The biological system is well-suited to hosting the parasite. My theory: the parasite enjoys exposure to the atmosphere of Eridanos, and may be manipulating the terror rays into more frequent and aggressive flight. In every case, the parasite successfully manipulated production of hormones in the host's brain. I don't know how yet. The implication of a parasite manipulating its host troubles me. Its nervous system is exotic and difficult to understand. I can't quite shake the idea that the parasite does not require contact with its host in order to influence its behavior. A suitably large and complex specimen may be able to manipulate the mood of a sentient creature by proximity alone. Maybe. Possibly. These ideas are unscientific and founded on my own anxieties. My nightmares have been muddying my thoughts. Should seek treatment soon. Damn. Don't have enough skill to hack that other thing. Ooh, what's this? Body. Geological survey notes. The world is beautiful beyond compare. I can see colors I never imagined existed. The sky has a voice and it's singing to me. I see the truth now. I see everything so clearly, so perfectly. The storms of Eridanos are notes in a great cosmic orchestra. The stars are the choir of the universe, and every word they sing is joy. I can't seem to stop smiling. I don't want to stop smiling. Ever. Yeah, I'm guessing the Prophet just never messed around down here. Oh, there's more to this place. An elevator?
I won't tell.
Did that... Ah, yes. Oh, it's upward. Canid host. Uh-oh. This is the first time we've found them bonded to animals.
Hurt!
Ah!
That's the last of them.
Ah, that plasma... That acid burning sound is a tad obnoxious. I mean, you're supposed to be knowing that you're poisoned, but still. Again, it's not poison, it's acid. Melting through my skin. A lot of human remains down here. Or up here, rather. Ammo lying around. There's a way out over that way. There's a dead end over here. Was this where the parasite was discovered? Are these eggs? I wonder about these growths on the walls. I don't like it. Wait a minute, let's go to check over here first. Moving so slowly. Ooh, nice hit, Felix. Fucking yeeted that one. Good job, buddy. I'm surprised neither of these two died in a close melee engagement. I'm so proud of them. Bunch of debris down here as well. I'm not seeing much point to this place. Oh, survey notes. Discovered several fascinating qualities of Eridanium gigaseus. First, the parasite's internal biology is, for lack of a better term, highly modular. An elaborate system of organelles, nerve endings, blood vessels, and hormone receptors exist inside its flesh. When attached to a suitable host, the parasite behaves like a biological extension. A metaphor: imagine shoving a bypass shunt into a terminal. The shunt is the parasite, the terminal is the host. Second, the parasite's nervous system houses a string of kernel-like cells capable of receiving and transmitting neurons. What are the implications? Thought manipulation? Thought control? Third, I've noticed an ambient reverberation in the parasite's nervous systems during periods of intense electrical activity in the Eridanos atmosphere. The larger specimens display a greater sensitivity. This is a direct correlation between the complexity of the parasite's nervous system and its size. Fourth, there seems to be no upper limit to the size of these parasites. I theorize that these caverns may have housed a particularly large specimen. In accordance with company policy, beginning taste ingestion tests now. May the law protect my atoms. Okay, and that's how he died. Like how you see these regular mundane looking tools. I guess it's not makes that much sense considering how everything else looks.
Doing this. Best there ever was.
Whoa!
That's the last of him.
Oh, you want to shoot a mid-lunge, they just go flying. That's fun. On our way up to the surface, it seems.
Place looks like it's seen better days.
Oh, mantisaurs.
We're in my sight. Show him how it's done.
Friggin' rock. Again, none of them got knocked down. I'm so proud of them. Your primal heart. Victoria wants to track down reserve. Alright. Let's go find this guy with the land grants, since that's the only other thing we have to do here on this island, I think. Now, fighting these creatures doesn't really benefit me that much anymore. All it gets me is a couple of bits when I sell their parts. I don't get any experience anymore. Friedrich Blossom. With an axe called the Man-Splitter. Cut them in half and count the rings. Just a level 1 axe. Nothing really special about it. Back up. Back up. Oh, did I run into another one? Another group? Back up. What is blocking my backwards movement? Heal up. Okay, I think I ended up backing into another group. Jeez. Most intense fight I've had in how many streams?
I don't know what it is you're looking for, stranger, but I reckon you better get. I've had about enough of you and your ilk coming by with your searching questions and expectant looks. I know you with those void-damned hunters, and I know what you want. Well, you ain't getting it.
What void-damned hunters are you talking about?
Like you don't know. That damn group of hunters that keeps coming by and hassling me.
Nobody ever visits just because they want to gab with old Cyrus. No, they either want to poach me out of my land or poach me out of my best friend.
Poach you out of your best friend? Are they a tossball player or something?
Ha! No, Kelly ain't no tossballer, though. I reckon she could put the toughest players to shame. It's good having someone like that around. She ain't the brightest bulb, but... can't say I'd have much reason sticking it out in this wilderness without her.
There are hunters giving you trouble?
Damn straight there are. Wish I could go show 'em what for, but... I'm old. And I gotta make sure I don't get Callie into no trouble. Two of us have lived on the reserve for years. Every so often, someone comes by trying to steal our land grant and evict us. We hold our own, but... it's mighty agitating.
Well, this fella doesn't... He's just a cranky old man. Why not just leave?
And do what? Go back to Rizzo's? I defected years ago. Only thing to look forward to would be a summary execution. And I don't reckon Callie'd have much interest either. Nope. Out here's where we're meant to be.
Yeah, hassling this guy out of a land grant for a bunch of, like, weird, crazy people squatting in a bunker. I'd rather deal with this guy. I'll help you deal with the house hunters.
Really? Oh, that's great news. Cal, you hear that? We're finally getting some help!
I didn't know primals could be pets. This changes everything.
Hey, I think she likes you.
What the hell's a primal doing here?
Oh, why, that's Callie. I raised her myself when she was wee, and I was one of the first zookeepers at what would have been the Rizzo's all-natural caged animal park. Since Slug took the land complex over and the park was scrapped, she's been my sole companion. Reckon Slug noticed. They figured this place safe enough to entrust me with the land grant for the reserve. Something about it being safer from corporate espionage.
This is an odd situation, but I'm still inclined to help.
Wouldn't expect a stranger to do an unsolicited kindness to a standoffish old man. You're something else. I suspect you'll find the hunters that have been after me beyond the hills on the other side of the river from here. See if you can convince them not to poke around here.
Couple questions for you, sir?
All right, shoot.
What's it like spending your day with the primal?
A lot better than spending your days with the Cana, that's for certain. I'm happy out here, and I think Callie is too. Ain't that right, Callie?
How long have you lived out here?
Oh, quite a few years at this point. It'd be since a couple years before the Rizzo's Slug Complex ownership switch. And after that, well, I ain't sure. It's been a while. And for the most part, it's on the quiet side. Just not when those damn hunters are out and about.
That's all. See you later. Was that fella visible over there before now, or? Jeez, they're all the way over there. Alright, away we go. I guess helping this guy out helps Sublight. I don't much care for them. I don't much care for them or Rizzo's, but... if it helps out just some old man who just wants to be left alone. What is that noise? Now it's Mantisaurs.
the last of him.
You just teleported behind me. Felix has teleportation magic. Abandoned restaurant. Where did they get all this water that they could just dump it over the side? Or maybe it's caught before it falls all the way down and then it's like recycled back up to keep the river going.
Wonder why they put lights on our armor? No, Trooper. What about these tubes poking out everywhere? No. Trooper, stop asking stupid questions. Sorry, Commander.
You return. I hope you bring news.
Oh, she's leading the hunters. She's come out here to supervise, I see. I talked to Cyrus. It's time you left the reserve. In a body bag.
Oh, you void-damned sprat fuck. To arms, everybody. The old man's trying to scratch us off.
Make him...
Oh, don't want to talk about it, huh? Ellie, come on.
Just getting started.
Ooh, there goes my Rizzo's reputation. So, I guess it would make sense that they work for, they're like a company-owned sort of deal. It just seems weird that luring rich people to spend time in some dirty bunker is like something that they do. And they convince them to do it. I guess they're just weird. This whole friggin' colony's weird. The pistol must be pretty worn out. Holy shit, this, I swear, I don't know what it is, if it's just this revolver or what, but... Oh, there's a science weapon, the Utter Buddy. Oh, yeah, I remember that popped up when I was given that. I forget what quest I did that for. Geez, no wonder this thing probably isn't doing that much damage. It's gotten completely worn the fuck out. What was I even just saying? I got so distracted just now that I don't remember. Hello, Cyrus.
Back, I see. You come bringing good news?
Well, one less mob of hunters as ordered.
Ah! Oh, me almighty, you know how to bolster an old man's spirits. Oh, thank you kindly, stranger. Oh, you're right, Cal. How could I forget? Oh, here's a reward for your trouble.
Back at you, ma'am. That was a big one. Not gonna get upset if I wander in here. I bet the deed's in there. I'm not gonna rob these people. For once, I will leave your possessions intact. So what was that? The pen? I'm guessing that's a... That is a shotgun. The pen is mightier than the sword, especially this one. It's a notary's best friend. Level 33, level 34. This one does slightly more damage? Wait, no, it actually does slightly less damage per pellet, but it still has a higher DPS. Huh. Oh, whatever. Doesn't really seem anything like there's anything else to this place. I guess I could go return to Dash and tell him that I handled that package, because I forgot to do that.
Heartless. Wish I'd thought of that. Would have made a nice pirate name.
Wait, did we ever... Was that the full name of the Primal? We didn't get the full name. He just kept calling her Cal. Where did you get that? It's like the third or fourth time, like, somebody's, like, discussed a character's name either before we learned their name, or in this case, divulging their full name and title when we never actually received it. The fuck? Alright, can we fast travel from here? I don't feel like running all the way back. Alright, we'll talk to Dash, then we'll find ourselves a repair bench, and we should have just enough time to give our reports to Ludovico. Mister?
Hope the job's coming along well. No sign of the constable, which really makes me more nervous.
One package of questionable goods delivered and signed for.
Excellent. Let's divvy up the payment 3 ways and we can consider this matter settled.
Here you go.
Thank the law. Should be just enough to get Cass out of her damn cell. I guess breaking even is better than leaving with your partner in the clink. You might not be Hawthorne, but you can sure resolve a problem like he could. Maybe better. Thanks again for all your help.
Yeah, I'm fucking awesome. I get results. Not always the results that you want, but results are what I do got. Alright then. Report to Ludovico, confront Spencer, report to Ludovico. Ah, yes. We never looked at the security footage. We got like a data cartridge with the kitchen security footage on it, but we never viewed it. Ow. Oh, look at some of those poor textures.
That's funny! Why'd Helen have to go and die in our hotel? What the?
There, Mr.
Lorden! Just wanted to make you smile!
Like true professionals.
Been a while since I used a weapon that required both hands. Any chance Spencer Woolrich is gonna be dead when we get to his room? Like so many other people we've meant to talk to?
The brochure never mentioned anything about mosquito attacks. What other dangers?
Aha! Always so nice to hear you, Inspector. I'll get you to your floor on the double.
Going to the VIP guest floor.
If you see Black Hole Birdie, be sure to get an autograph for me. Just joking. I've already got one.
Alright, Spencer. You and me gots to have ourselves a little talk.
You're here. I hope you have the photon proto-distributor, or we're never leaving this damn facility. That was from the Twin Spies. I played a sentient mechanical. Ask me anything at all. I might even give you a straight answer.
Yeah? Well, got a few more questions to ask you about that poisoning.
Oh, must I relive that ghastly event again? My intestines still have yet to fully recover. But I suppose we may discuss it further.
I have nothing new to ask him here.
Very well.
Learn a thing or two about your activities in the hotel?
Oh, Have you now? Please do go on. Don't leave me in suspense.
Wait, we never got to watch the security footage. We never had any indication of what was actually on the footage. And we're only just now learning that we had the tampering? Whatever. So, quick question. What was it you wanted a Terra Ray bile... What was it you wanted with a Terra Ray bile gland?
What? That damned bellhop promised discretion. Well, if you must know, it's, an appetite suppressant. How do you think I keep my form so lithe? Terra Ray glands keep me from feeling hunger pangs.
Uh-huh. In other news, I have security footage of you tampering with Helen's last meal.
Tampering? No, no, no. I just happened to be passing through the kitchen and saw a dish that looked good. If being hungry is a crime, you better indict 3/4 of Halcyon.
If a Terra Ray gland was an appetite suppressant, you wouldn't be hungry if you took it.
Oh, well, there's... Maybe I just wanted to see what was in it. Oh, law. What a pathetic defense. As it so happens, I may not have had the Terra Ray gland acquired for personal use. I may have placed it in Bellamy's meal. But before you indict me, please, just listen. I wasn't trying to kill her.
Mm-hmm. Talk.
I will. Terra Ray glands aren't supposed to be lethally poisonous. They're supposed to cause extreme lethargy, as if you'd inhaled several quarts of Spectrum vodka. She would have had to eat 6 or 7 of the glands to die, and even then it would be an extended, arduous process.
Yeah, you really seem like a toxicologist. Or maybe you played one on an aether wave.
No, really, you must listen. I wasn't trying to kill Bellamy. I only wanted her to be incapacitated during the Brown unveiling. With her out of commission, the next available celebrity, myself, would get to host the unveiling. Please think twice about telling the administrator of my misdeeds. If he learns the truth, what's left of my career will be left in shambles.
Captain Inspector Spacebeard may have told a lie once or twice in his time, but only the funny ones, where you're just screwing with people. I'm not sure yet. Maybe I'll flip a bit cart.
A bit cart? You're going to place my future well-being on whichever way a bit cart lands? I cannot believe this. Fine. I hope it falls in my favor.
Means anything, I don't think you killed her either. Maybe not. It's so hard to tell.
Aha! Always so nice to hear you, Inspector. I'll get you to your floor on the double.
Penthouse, please.
Next stop, the finest seat in the house.
So we got 2 people who don't really sound like they really intended to kill her. And we got 2 people who attempted to incapacitate her. We got enough time to give our reports. We've been across nearly the entire facility now. I don't know. I feel like after these reports, we're going to be thrust into some kind of endgame scenario for this whole investigation. Hmm. Consider additional evidence? Loose ends, critical clues, or red saltuna? Look at the model Needler gun. Nah, modeler of the Gundler. This is an exact replica of the Needler, Helen's signature weapon. You discovered traces of chemicals in Helen's upturned luggage. Someone removed the Needler from her belongings. Spectrum Brown. Rizzo's newest flavor, Spectrum Vodka, or a disaster waiting to happen. At the bottom of each bottle lies the corpse of a parasitic life form, guaranteed to enhance flavor and improve your mood. Constable Keene? Constable Maria Keene, killed at her desk. Nature of her wound is familiar. Blossom was killed. That's our list of people dead. Examine a shot of the hotel security footage. You discovered incriminating footage of the hotel kitchen. While Chef Anwar looks away, Spencer Woolrich can be seen tampering with Helen's food. Okay. The invoice. Standard record of special requests made by hotel guests, included in this list a curious request for a tearaway gland on behalf of Spencer Woolrich. Would be nice if I could talk to somebody else about the toxic properties of tearaway glands. Confirm just how toxic they are. Examine Burbage 3001's prop gun. Repurposed weaponry is a common feature in the colony's automechanicals. As an acting automechanical, Burbage's equipment may frequently be upgraded or replaced to suit its roles. You learn that Burbage 3001's most recent upgrade was performed by Spencer Woolrich. We don't really know what the upgrade is. We never learned that information. We weren't able to learn that information. To my memory, we didn't, anyway. If I had to pick from these 5 people... Well, what did we know about those chemicals and that sort and those herbs? That if enough of them, like the tool indicated that there was a possibility of death when breathing in those specific herbs. You got this mascot. Can't be the mascot. He died. So he should be crossed out. Black Hole Birdie did seem genuinely upset. And we did confirm his alibi. Woolrich wanted to poison her, or at the very least incapacitate her so he could take over the event. Burbage doesn't have free will. He's not sentient. I could see him being programmed to maybe shoot Helen in the back, but he could be outfitted with plasma weaponry. Most robots are. But he's slow. He would have been very noticeable. If I had to pick a person out of all of these people, well, just because the bellhop is dead doesn't mean he couldn't have been the murderer, but he is dead, so is likely killed by the actual murderer. I don't think it's any of these suspects. If I had to pick one, I'd say I'd lean towards Woolrich. Well, let's make our reports.
Inspector, I've just received word that Constable Keene is dead. Please tell me it isn't true.
Yeah, Sorry to say, but I gotta say it. She was murdered in her office.
Halcyon Helen, Leora Blossom, Maria Keene. There's a murderer on the loose, Inspector.
We knew that.
You must stop them. I don't have Maria to count on anymore, so I'm counting on you.
Where is this call? Where is he? There's just a bland metal background. He doesn't have like a nice room in the hotel. Whoever murdered her used the needler.
The needler was among Helen's belongings. Whoever stole it must have been able to slip in and out of the hotel. Maria was my sole representative in Cedric's territory. The entire hotel staff is on his payroll. Any one of them could have killed her on his behalf.
That's something to consider. Was she important to you?
Maria devoted her entire life to our vision. She was absolutely committed to our company, to our project. I promised myself I'd reward her after we launched Spectrum Brown. I'd make sure she was comfortable for the rest of her life. She was also our voice of reason. She was sensible, and I appreciated her advice. I never got to tell her that.
Enough talk. I'll find whoever did this.
Make them suffer, Inspector.
Well, speaking of Slug, I looked into Cedric.
Closely, I trust. Tell me what you found.
What do I want to say on this guy? Cedric's a slippery guy. I didn't find much to build a case.
That doesn't surprise me. Cedric practically stole his way to Eridanos. He'll do everything in his power to keep you off his trail. With that in mind, do you think Cedric was responsible for Helen's death?
Helen was making money for Cedric. I doubt he has a motive for killing her.
No motive. That's disappointing, because it's exactly the conclusion he'd want us to make. Unfortunately, even I don't have the authority to detain Cedric. His line of work is dangerous, though. There's always a chance for an accident.
Yeah, Helen was making him a lot of money, apparently, on top of them having other business dealings. Although it seemed like she was going behind his back and bugged his office, so something changed. So she was acting against him at one point, but he seemed like he didn't know about it. That seemed like one of those moments of genuine surprise from him. Yeah, sorry to disappoint you, Ludovico. He's alive and well.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I've already lost Dr. Blossom and Constable Keene, but at least Cedric's alive. The universe is a just place.
Sorry to disappoint. I managed to track down Black Hole Birdie.
I'm pleased to hear that. Bertie Holcomb is a valuable asset to the Rizzo's Rangers property. When Helen was murdered, Bertie was nowhere to be found. The timing of his disappearance is unfortunate.
Bertie's something of a character, but he's harmless. Feel a little bad for him.
Try not to feel too bad for him. Bertie is a brilliant athlete. The universe has balanced his talent by making him a slackwit.
His dealer's about the only guy he can talk to.
I wasn't aware Bertie was involved in contraband. What kind of dealer are we talking about?
Oh no, I'm gonna get that guy in trouble. I can't tell you that. I'm investigating Helen's murder, not contraband goods.
Of course, you're right. My apologies. Bertie's behavior is my problem to solve.
Yeah, that guy's still gonna get in trouble.
Even if Bertie isn't responsible for Helen's murder, his conduct is vexing to me. He may require a lesson in consequences. Be plain with me, Inspector. Do you believe Black Hole Bertie killed Helen?
I really don't.
I'm relieved to hear that. I happen to be something of a fan of the hack attack. I'd hate to see him processed for murder, but we need to be absolutely sure. I'd like you to continue your investigation. Notify me as soon as you're ready to make a formal accusation.
And by the way, Birdie agreed to stay at the Grand Colonial.
I appreciate that. I'd rather keep Birdie within the public eye than let him languish in a bar at the docks. I'll make my report of your investigation into Birdie. Do you have anything else for me?
I completed my investigation into Helen's poisoning.
Excellent. I trust you have a name for our poisoner.
Spencer Woolrich confessed to the crime.
Oh, I am disappointed. I'd always believed Mr. Woolrich a man of high character. It pains me to order the arrest and detention of someone I admired. I'd like you to continue investigating Helen's murder. You've found the poisoner, but her killer remains at large.
I've also finished my investigation into Jasmine Leyva, the Prophet of Profitability.
Ms. Leyva earned that title, but not for the reasons you'd expect. The Prophet business has been profitable for the hotel. Not so much for Ms. Leyva's followers. So, tell me, what did you find?
She really wants to be arrested.
She wants to be arrested? That's not the kind of behavior I expect from a suspect. Perhaps she's carrying a guilty conscience. Does the Prophet strike you as a reasonable candidate for Helen's murderer?
We know she attempted to knock Helen out, and of all the of both of the things we know, of the 5 people we have as suspects, at least the ones pinned to the board, her thing seemed the most lethal. She was more concerned about her, like, little thing being exposed or getting blackmailed than... I'm still considering my options, but I don't think she did it.
I'll bear that in mind. Thank you for the update, Inspector. I'll include everything you've told me in my official report.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just small-brained, but...
I do love all the wall space. So much room for trophies.
Do you think it's strange that I kinda miss Ada?
Consider the complex. Prophet's Retreat. Jasmine Leyva, the Prophet of Profitability, holds a retreat in the Exploitation Reserve not far from the hotel. Wealthy patrons are encouraged to enjoy the hotel's amenities when they're not busy purging themselves of harmful, unprofitable humors. Parias. The business end of Sublight, something of a misnomer. If it was this guy, well, it's not like we can arrest him because he's dead. I don't think it was him because he was killed by the same weapon that killed other people. He said he was sent in by Birdie, wasn't he? Wait a minute, wasn't I given a datapad? I was. Can I look at the datapad? Where is that? Helen's datapad. Contents of the datapad are indecipherable to you. It seems to be written in code. Several pages are of unrelated words, sentence fragments, and seemingly random numbers conceal its true meaning. How do I investigate that? Hang on a minute. I have a piece of evidence that hasn't been properly investigated. Was that one of these things over here? Needler? No, no, no.
This room ain't so bad. I could get used to this.
Like, seriously, how do I investigate this datapad? Like, I feel like I don't know if I'm ready to make an accusation yet. I feel like I know for a fact now that I have. Hold on a minute. Terminal. Can I put it in here? No. Ah. Kind of want to keep going and figure this out right now, but I am at the 4-hour mark, and I don't feel like going too much longer today.
So this is what a clean room smells like.
These people are useless. They're not telling me shit. Several people were murdered with the Needler. That's something to note. The additional murders were all done with the Needler, but Helen's murder was again done with a plasma weapon, yeah? Where's that? I can't look at the... I can't look at the board anymore. You know what? I think we're gonna do this next time. I'm not ready to make the accusation today. I need to think about this. If I'm gonna accuse somebody, I really need to think it out. And nothing's coming to mind to me right now. I can approach this fresh at the top of a new stream, yeah? Yeah, that seems like a good way to go about it. Also, I might need to leave this room and come back because I can't interact with my evidence board anymore. That's the gun Burbage currently has. Probably a regular... I don't think it was Burbage. Burbage might have been programmed to do it, but I don't know. Too slow. He's way too slow to move around. I don't know. We never found out what the upgrade was. Like, there's holes of information. I have other evidence that I can't actually use. Helen's datapad, hit note. Wait a minute. Vending machine, power cables, and spoon and fork. This is in the quest item. Those are in the quest item tab. Why? Yeah. I might take another round, look at a couple of places, see if I can maybe utilize, I don't know, something to look at this datapad. I want to be absolutely sure I've exhausted all of my investigative options before I make a decision. I want to get it right on the first go. It seems flimsy for all of them, really. I want to blame somebody who isn't a prime suspect. But the question is who? Anyhow, this is something to figure out for later. Tune in next time for the thrilling conclusion of this mystery. I made another save. I already had a manual save there. Ah, well. I guess that's it. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna get this right tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. If I stream tomorrow, it'll be more army men. Oh boy, I hope that game doesn't have more levels like that last one we did. Ugh. Anyhow, yeah. I need to go grab myself another drink and maybe think about this. We'll go over all the information next time. And seeing as how we may very well be it, assuming this is in fact the penultimate finale of this investigation, then we will end up probably finishing the game by going on to break what's-his-face out of prison. We shall see. Oh, until then, hope you enjoyed it. Like I said, next time, we'll figure this out. We'll figure out if I am truly the small brain, or perhaps a hidden big brain. How would you be a hidden big brain? If your brain is big, you wouldn't be able to hide it because it'd be huge. Anyway, enough rambling. I'm out. Hope you had fun watching. Bye.